Hey David, am I able to take the presenter button just in case I have to share the slides on my end?
All right, Tony. I was actually in the middle of creating a chat for you, me, and Fabiha. But yes, we're going to ask you to run the slides today, and Fabiha is going to watch. So whenever you're ready, feel free.
No problem. Which public comment slide are you doing? I see three. Are you doing the first one, the second one, or the third one?
The second one, I believe, is the one that says DCA hearing room, um, and we have a whole second PowerPoint set up for that.
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome to the February 19th California Board of Behavioral Sciences meeting. My name is Wendy Strack, chairperson of the board. Before we convene, I'd like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing the board's laws. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. The Board of Behavioral Sciences will be holding this public meeting in person and via WebEx. I'll announce when we are accepting public comments on the various issues. For each public comment period, we will first be accepting comments from the participants in the audience present in the room. Then the moderator will open the lines as appropriate so that the remote audience members can comment. Each commenter will have 2 minutes to comment. I'd like to note that we'll be holding the board's strategic planning session today after the hearing, closed session, and lunch. So we're expecting the strategic planning session to begin around 12:30. Moderator, would you please provide the audience with instructions on how they may participate during the meeting at the appropriate times?
Absolutely. At the time public comment is called for, we're going to show a visual on the screen, and we're going to ask everyone to raise a hand. You'll be able to do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users will need to dial *3 to raise their hand. And for our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. As stated before, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second verbal warning before your time expires. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now to item 1, call to order and establishment of quorum. Members, during the roll call, please introduce yourself and let the public know whether you are a public or licensed member. Christina, please call the roll.
Good morning. Rebecca Thies,
Present, public member, she, her.
Nor Uribe,
Present, LCSW member.
Justin Huff,
Present LMFT, he, him.
Anna Singi,
Present public member.
Wendy Strack,
Present, public member.
Dr. Nicholas Boyd,
Present LPCC member.
John Sovek,
Present LMFT, pronouns he, him.
Susan Friedman,
Present public member.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Present. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm a public board member, and my pronouns are she, her.
Lorez Bailey,
A present public member.
Christopher Jones is absent. We do have a quorum.
Thank you, Christina. Again, we'll be taking a lunch break as close to 11:30 as possible. It'll depend on where we are with the hearings. Item 2 is suggestions for future agenda items. Are there any future agenda item suggestions from board members? Okay. Are there any in-house audience participants that would like to suggest future agenda items? Seeing none. Moderator, do
I'm
we have
sorry,
anyone
Madam Chair.
online that would like to suggest future agenda items?
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed the moment here
Oh,
to-
okay.
for suggestions for future agenda items. I'm not sure if this is the time, but a further discussion on AI.
Okay,
Thank you.
note that. Okay, back moderator, are there any online audience participants that would like to suggest future agenda items?
All right, WebEx, now is the time to raise your hand for agenda item 2. You can do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to item 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. I will now open public comment for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Each commenter will have 2 minutes. Do we have any board members with comments for items not on the agenda? Okay. Are there any comments from our in-house audience? Seeing none. Moderator, do we have any comments from our online audience?
WebEx, Now is the time to raise your hand to make a public comment. You can do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment longer now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. At this time, we'll begin our petition hearings. Today, the proceedings will be conducted by Judge Matt Block. Good morning, Judge Block, and the meeting is yours.
All right, good morning. Thank you. Ms. Cooper, if you want to come forward, please. Seat there. Ready, Ms. Till? All right. We're on record before the Board of Behavioral Sciences to review the petition for early termination of probation of Jacqueline Susan Cooper. This is BBS case number 2002-022-002-445. Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2026-010-773. May I have our court reporter please state her name and CSR number for the record?
CSR 10381.
Thank you. May I have the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
Anahita Crawford, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Code Section 11522.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. We have already established before going on record in this matter that a quorum of the board is present. Nonetheless, I would ask the members of the board to identify themselves when their name is called just for our administrative record. Ms. Thies?
Present.
Ms. Uribe?
Present.
Mr. Huft?
Present.
Rana Singhi?
Present.
Mrs. Strack?
Present.
Dr. Boyd?
Present.
Mr. Sovek? Ms. Friedman?
Present.
Walker?
Present.
And Ms. Bailey?
Present.
Thank you for that. All right. Ms. Cooper, Ms. Crawford and I had an opportunity to speak with you before we went on record to explain the procedure that will follow this morning. Ms. Crawford will begin by presenting your petition, giving an overview of your case. You will then have the opportunity to make a presentation under oath. At the conclusion of that, the board members may have some questions. Ms. Crawford may have some questions. I may have some questions as well. When we're concluded with that, the board will go into closed session for deliberations. You won't get an answer on your petition today, but we'll be notified of that in the future. Do you have any questions for me before we begin?
I don't think so. I think everything was explained really clearly to me.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
If at any point during the procedure or proceedings you have any questions, let me know. I can't give you legal advice, but I might be able to help explain why we're saying or doing certain things, okay?
I will do.
All right, so with that, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you, Your Honor. The petitioner was issued her associate marriage and family therapist registration in 2021. In 2023, an accusation was filed alleging that petitioner was convicted of drunk driving with a blood alcohol content of 0.23%. In April of 2022, petitioner had drank 5 glasses of wine with a friend and was driving home when her car experienced a malfunction. She pulled over and police reported to the scene. They found her visibly under the influence of alcohol and unable to stand without assistance. She was arrested and thereafter convicted, placed on formal probation for 3 years, and ordered to take a 3-month DUI class. After a hearing on the accusation that had been filed, petitioner's registration was placed on probation for 5 years, effective September 28, 2023, with a projected completion date of September 27th of 2028. Petitioner's probation status and terms extended to her licensed marriage and family therapist license when it was issued in October 11th, 2024. 2 years and 7 months remain on petitioner's probation period. She is compliant in all aspects of her probation, which included psychotherapy, drug and alcohol testing, and a dependency support program. Because the burden is on petitioner, I have no further statement, but would reserve the right to question. Your Honor, I can go through our exhibits at this time.
Please.
Exhibit 1 contains the notice of hearing for today's hearing date. I would like to mark and introduce that into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Cooper?
No.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Exhibit 2 is the license history certification for the petitioner. I'd like to mark and introduce that into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Exhibit 3 contains the underlying disciplinary documents in this case, which includes an adopted proposed decision and the accusation. We'd like to mark and introduce this at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Exhibit 4 contains the case summary by probation analyst Amanda Cantrell. Would like to mark and introduce this into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Exhibit 5 contains the petitioner's petition for early termination of probation. I'd like to mark and introduce this into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Exhibit 6 contains the attachments in support of the petition that was provided by the petitioner, and we'd like to mark and introduce Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 6 is admitted.
And Exhibit 7 contains a release of information and a psychotherapy information sheet. I'd like to mark and introduce this as Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 7 is admitted.
At this time, Your Honor, I have no other evidence to present.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Crawford. All right, Ms. Cooper, do you wish to make a statement under oath?
I do.
All right. Would you
Yes.
please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Because you're representing yourself, Ms. Cooper, I'm going to let you testify freely just in the narrative. As I said, when you're done, let me know. Ms. Crawford may have some questions, board may have some questions, I may have a question or two as well. But with that, I am going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. I wasn't exactly prepared to give a statement, but I am going to paraphrase from Addendum 1 and describe my efforts and successes in my own rehabilitation. I would like to thank Judge Block, and I'd like to thank all members of the BBS board for hearing my petition this morning. If I move my head around, that's because I'm trying to acknowledge all of you during this. As Ms. Crawford said, I was arrested for a DUI on April the 5th of 2022. I had been drinking. My drinking was intimately connected to the death of my father earlier that year. It was a very complicated relationship. I have done a lot of therapy around that relationship. Prior to that event, I've been in recovery for 4 years. I knew exactly what to do following the DUI. The next day, I went back to AA, and I've been in recovery ever since that time. I immediately told all of my employers. At the time, I was employed at Alhambra Valley Retreat, which is a men's residential alcohol and drug rehabilitation facility. I am still employed there. I am proud of the work that I do, and I'm really proud of the successes that we have seen there as well.
Ms. Cooper, could you scoot up a little bit to the
Okay.
microphone?
Oh,
Just to
sorry
make
about
sure we have a clear record.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Anyway, also at that point, actually, I have a timeline here. Do you mind if I pull something out of my bag just so that I can read the timeline? Okay, that's going to make it a little bit easier. So in 2023, I think I can just read through it. Yes.
Like that so they can follow.
Okay, very good. So I have 15 copies of this. Okay, thank you. And really, it's just the first page. There are other pieces of evidence there that are duplicates that you have already seen, but it's the timeline that's most important because it's not in the evidence. In 2023, I had 9 months of continuous sobriety. There is a certificate in there from the AA meeting that I attended all the time at that point. Things have changed a little bit, but I'll get to that because it's a really important part of my ongoing recovery. I think in January 24th, I was convicted of the DUI in the state of California. And on April the 6th, I had 1 year of continuous sobriety. On May 21st, I had 13 months of continuous sobriety, and there is a letter from my then AA sponsor. She is no longer my AA sponsor because her husband passed and she moved away. At that time as well, I started going to Recovery Dharma. We went with the gentleman at work. So we went to Recovery Dharma meetings in Oakland. And the parts of my spirituality that felt disconnected in AA felt connected in the Buddhist setting of Recovery Dharma. Ever since that time, I have routinely attended 2 Recovery Dharma meetings a week. I now run a Recovery Dharma meeting at Kaiser IOP in Walnut Creek on a Thursday. And my Dharma buddy is running it today. They are aware, Kaiser Addiction Medicine is aware that I am on probation. I had a long conversation with them before accepting the volunteer position running Recovery Dharma at Kaiser IOP. On September the 28th, BBS probation started in 2023. Prior to that, I had a lengthy conversation with Amanda Cantrell, who is my probation officer during the orientation. I was very nervous. I did not know that I could do this. I knew that I could stay in recovery because I had done that and I was supported in that. But I did not know what this journey would look like. Superficially, I knew it would be expensive. Superficially, I knew that I would have to maintain at least a second half job in order to pay for everything. Superficially, I knew that it would be invasive because I would have to be tested. Those things I knew. What I didn't know was the benefits that I would get from being held accountable in this way and from the growth that I would get throughout this process. I am a very different woman than the very scared woman who was anxious and afraid of embarking on this journey all the way back in 2023. But Amanda, both gently and firmly guided me through this, and I'm really, really grateful for that. In 2024, and I completed all of the required CEUs immediately. I wanted, and I have done all the way through, to have small achievable goals along this journey so that I could understand that I was making progress and that there was momentum throughout this journey. I didn't want to get stuck. In April of 2024, I had 2 years of continuous sobriety. I still go to some AA meetings, but I always go to Dharma. I go on Monday evenings at the Pleasant Hill Fellowship. Sometimes I do Zoom on Wednesday. I do Recovery Dharma at Kaiser IOP on a Thursday. I go to the Island Fellowship AA meeting fairly regularly on Saturday mornings. Sometimes I slip in the Vallejo meetings because I live in that community, and I was held by that community at the beginning of this journey, and I am appreciative of that. Where I work, we have an affiliate relationship with a recovery organization called Support for Recovery in Contra Costa County. And I go to a lot of their events. They have Thanksgiving, they have Easter, they have community events. And so I'm engaged in their community events. On September the 12th of 2024, my petition for early termination with the state of California was granted, and the conviction was expunged under the clean slate law. I understand that that doesn't seal the record of the arrest. I am aware of all of those things. But again, this was a small, achievable goal for me. It was important that I was accountable in a court of law as well. By this time, I had completed all DUI classes. I went through BIBET in Vallejo. I had completed all the CEUs, and I paid for everything. In 2025, April the 6th, I had 3 years of continuous sobriety. Somewhere in the middle of this, because what I recognize in recovery is my life gets better. It is infinitely better. It is organized. I have clarity. I do my job better. I am a better clinician for this journey. Somewhere in the middle of all of this, I bought a house, which seems somewhat inconceivable to me, honestly. Bought a little house in Vallejo, and I settled as well. This has been a journey of consistency. This has been a journey of patience. This has been a journey of settling into myself. Another important component of this is when I received the determination from the BBS, I was informed that I had to change therapist. I was a little upset about this because I had had a 3-year relationship with my prior therapist. At the time, as I say, I was a little upset. Now I completely understand why. Because the circumstances that led up to the night of April the 4th, when I drank, were about trauma that had not been adequately, not resolved, but reshaped. And I needed a new therapist. I also needed somebody that I could be completely honest with about my drinking. I don't think I'd really addressed that with my prior therapist. When I first started therapy with my new therapist, Tony Holt, I assumed we just sort of sit around and I'd be like, I'm not drinking, I'm irritated by this, and I'm in recovery. That is not at all how it went. We have dived deep into my past. We have dived deep into the trauma that precipitated the event. We have talked about all sorts of things. She has been wise, she has been gentle, and I've grown because of that relationship as well. At the end of 2025, the Board of Behavioral Sciences reduced the amount of testing per month to 3 times per month, and a reduction in individual therapy to twice a month. Every now and again, if you look at the records of therapy, I've added an additional therapy appointment when there have been challenges going on in my life that I knew should be held by therapy. This has not been about whether I was triggered to drink. These have been relationship challenges. Sometimes these have been financial challenges. And sometimes these have been post-traumatic stress disorder, kind of blips of past trauma. But I understand where to go. I understand who to talk to in these circumstances. I'd like to slightly, just minimally address the testing process. As I'm sure all of you are aware, halfway through my probation, you changed testing companies because I think there was a lapse in testing. All of that's fine. I mean, I signed on for this. I understand that I need it to be tested. Thus far, I've been saliva tested multiple times. I've been urine tested because there was an insufficient sample once with the saliva testing. I was blood tested because there had been a gap in testing between one company and the other. And I've also been hair follicle tested because there was a false positive once. So I immediately contacted Amanda. I went for a hair follicle test that goes back 3 months. All of my tests have been negative because I am negative. So every single bodily fluid has been tested and I am negative. As I said, the testing is mostly minimally invasive, but every now and again, it has been rather invasive. The urine test and the blood test were rather invasive. And those were moments when I am extremely grateful for my therapist in being able to hold on to this because I needed somebody to talk to. I guess a question might be, and I apologize for the rather lengthy narrative. I guess a question might be who in my immediate circle of support knows about all of this. So my community in AA, my community in Recovery Dharma knows about this. Not the casual members, but the inner circle in Dharma, in the Sangha, knows about all of this. My boss at Alhambra Valley Retreat knows about this. My clinical supervisor prior to me being licensed at Oak Creek Counseling Center knows about this. Obviously, my therapist knows about this. My life partner knows about this. My best friend, who is also my Dharma buddy, we go to Dharma together, and we are going to go to a retreat next year, knows about this. 3 other individuals in my intimate friend circle know about this. I haven't publicized it widely. None of the clients where I work know about this. It is not important that they know my personal story as shared experience for me to be able to treat them. I understand that when I got in that car in April of 2022 and I was drunk, it was a conscious act of disregard for human life. And I carry that with me every single day. Some days it's heavier, some days it's lighter. Obviously, I work with men who also have DUIs. I have managed the counter-transference around that, and I do a good job around that. And also, I am firm in moving them towards an understanding of what conscious disregard for human life can look like. In my spiritual practice, I have the utmost regard for human life. That has been a major shift in the way that I look at the world. And I am grateful that I went through this journey. Thank you so much for hearing me this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Ms. Crawford, questions for Ms. Cooper?
Thank you. You mentioned in your timeline that in 2022, after your arrest, you returned to AA meetings and recovery. So what did your relationship with alcohol look like prior to the DUI for which the accusation was filed?
Sure. I've been in recovery for approximately 4 years. I knew I had an unhealthy relationship with alcohol. There was no major event that prompted me walking into recovery in the years prior to that. But what happened is I am not by nature a depressed person, but I noticed that I was depressed. And so I looked at what I was doing and I understood I was drinking excessively, and that was connected to my depression. When I started back then going to AA meetings, I also noticed how my depression was lifting. So there was no major event that prompted the initial entrance into recovery, but there was a sense that I was not myself. And so that's what happened.
And how long prior to entering, well, let me clarify. So 4 years, for 4 years prior to the arrest, you had been sober.
Approximately 4 years. I don't exactly remember, but yes, definitely four and some change. Yeah.
Okay. And you had acknowledged to yourself that you did have an unhealthy relationship with alcohol.
Yes. Yes, I did.
How long do you think that you had that unhealthy relationship?
That's a really good question. Probably for about 10 years before that. It's really hard to examine that. I have been in graduate school at UCLA for fine art and art criticism 20 years ago. And, you know, while it sounds kind of rote, there was a culture of drinking in graduate school, particularly for creative practices. And I would say that I definitely drank. Perhaps it was excessively, but I didn't examine it because it wasn't impacting my idea of who I was. And as I said, I am not a depressed person. Throughout this journey of probation, while I've been overwhelmed by it sometimes, while I have been triggered, particularly by the different types of testing, I have not been depressed about it. And so when I noticed I was depressed, I looked at the variables that were impacting my life, and the unhealthy relationship with alcohol was the single variable that I could identify that I needed to change. And I had friends who were in AA, so I knew where to go at that time.
And do you think that that relationship with alcohol that you had for those 10 years, was that part of the difficult relationship you had with your father, or was that prompted by something else?
I think that there has always been an undercurrent of the challenging relationship that I had with my father. There has always been an undercurrent of that trauma and that abuse. But at the time, I knew a lot less about alcohol. I knew a lot less about alcohol dependency and recovery. So honestly, I don't think I really thought about it. So in retrospect, in hindsight, yes. In the moment, no.
You took the step of identifying that you were depressed and eliminating alcohol to address
Yes.
that. And it is a commendable step to take.
Thank you.
What wasn't happening in your mind when you put that effort aside and drank after 4 years?
Okay. My father died in January of 2022. I was living in the United States. He was living in Great Britain. I had not been back to see him for probably 2.5, 3 years. It was COVID, so I didn't travel as well. I'm also a green card, and I think at the time I was waiting for the renewal on my green card, which has now been renewed. So there were mitigating factors why I did not travel back. He'd been sick for a long time. He had Parkinson's and early onset dementia. It was a very complicated relationship, full of trauma, full of abuse. Like many folks who have experienced that in early childhood, I loved him deeply as well. And so when he passed and I got the call from my sister, with whom I have a friendly but not close relationship, I knew that there would be a significant impact. What I didn't really know at the time is that my therapist at the time, who was an AMFT, who I really enjoyed, but she didn't have the skill to hold that with me. I attempted to get a therapist through Kaiser and was not really assigned a therapist through Kaiser. But I didn't really know how to advocate appropriately for it. But I could feel the flood of everything. It was a tsunami of emotions that I was some days able to contain, some days not able to contain at all. And the 4th of April was also my birthday. It was a collision of events that rendered me in the moment incapable of doing the right thing. And the right thing would have been to have called somebody in AA. The right thing would just have been to have called a different type of friend. And I did the wrong thing. And I understand emotionally why it happened. I've come to understand both in an intellectual and a rational way why it happened. I've come to understand that in therapy. And I've also come to understand how I can manage those emotions and those feelings moving forward, because sometimes there is, a little, I don't know, feeling that comes up. There's a lot of feelings that still come up around that death, around that relationship. But I can accept them, I can let them go, and I can soften the edges of the impact. And I didn't know how to do it then.
So other than who you are today,
Yeah.
which you've said is a very different person, are there other elements in your life that, should you be in that flood of emotion again, that there are elements now in your life that you can turn to if you don't feel you can handle it yourself?
Absolutely. I have my therapist, as I say, when challenges have occurred over the last couple of years. I have done additional therapy sessions. She is open to that. That is part of our understanding. We meet regularly. I have the folks in my Sangha with Dharma, who I talk to a lot, who I have telephone numbers for, who I see on a Monday, who I see on a Thursday. My best friend is my Dharma buddy, and so we talk all the time. We talk once every couple of days, and she knows about this process. She is aware of this process. I have friends in AA. My supervisor at work is aware of this, and I work in residential rehab as well. So while again, I never describe this to the clients, I have colleagues in residential rehab that don't know about this process, but because we are all in recovery, we can freely talk about triggers and emotions and managing things and recovery programs that way. So I have multiple people in my life who are supportive of my recovery, who are supportive and appreciative of the woman that I have become. I have friends, and also I can be a friend, and that too is different. I am a genuine and authentic friend to other people.
You said that you were not in a place to make the right decisions when you were feeling that flood. And you explained what the right decisions would have been. And you said, however, you called the wrong friend.
I called the wrong friend.
What does that mean?
I called somebody who would sit and have a drink and listen and watch me cry. I mean, in some ways, they were a friend. In other ways, they were not a friend because we drank together. They were the wrong friend.
And do you still have a relationship with that friend?
I still have a relationship with that friend, and they know the outcome of what happened that night. It has taken us 2 years to really sit with each other and talk about this. And that was really important as well, that I could have that very difficult conversation, because it wasn't their fault that the DUI happened. It was my fault. I own that. I took the drink. They didn't get in the car. They sat and listened to me. It was not their fault.
Do you put any responsibility, not responsibility, but do you put any onus on that friend to have been a more healthy friend for you in that moment?
In that moment, I don't, it is not their responsibility to be healthier for me. It is my responsibility to be healthier for me. Now, do I think they should have taken the keys to the car? Yes. But do I think I should have given them the keys to the car? Absolutely, yes. So I think that hindsight is useful, but it is not my job to be judgmental about their role in any of this. Yes.
Is that friend someone that you have in your close support system?
That friend is somebody that is in the periphery of my support system, but it took 2 years to have the full conversation. They are also now in recovery as well, so that is good. But I don't tell anybody else that they should get into recovery. Again, that's not really my role either. I work with men who are in treatment, so professionally it becomes my role, but on a friendship level, it is not my role either. So
I wanted to switch to some of your supporting documentation.
yes,
You did go through quite a bit of information. Can you also go through the individuals that wrote letters for you? who they are, why they wrote those letters, and then also the classes that you took and why you took those classes.
Absolutely. So the first one I'd like to address is my friend Carrie. She knew on the night of the DUI that I had a DUI. I called her from jail, and she goes to Dharma with me. We have known each other from AA meetings. We have known each other for a long time. Her husband is in recovery. We are very close. We will go on a Dharma retreat next year. And we talk both as people in recovery, and we talk as people who are friends too. The other person, there's one other person, there is my Dharma informal mentor, Robert Anka. There are no sponsors in Dharma. There are mentors within the Sangha system. Robert started the Recovery Dharma meeting in Pleasant Hill. I've been in that meeting probably since week 2 of it starting. And there are no real leaders in Dharma, but maybe he's the de facto leader. And so when Kaiser reached out to Dharma East Bay and asked if there was somebody who wanted to take on a role as a recovery Dharma facilitator, a volunteer role, he announced it in the Sangha, and I went up to him and I said, I'd really like to do that. This is an important part of my recovery. I would really like to do that. And so then one of the other letters is from Ren Green, who is the Kaiser Addiction Medicine clinical person. Maybe she's a director, I'm not sure, at Kaiser Addiction Medicine in Walnut Creek. And so she wrote a letter stating that I've been going and facilitating this now for over a year. Again, it's a big part of my recovery. I get to see folks who are 4 days clean and sober, and they have come straight out of detox. And I get to see folks who are 80 days clean and sober and are going through the Kaiser IOP program. Another letter is from the clinical director of Alhambra Valley Retreat, Dave Cavolt, and he has been my boss since before the DUI. And he knew of obviously he knew of the DUI. I was on suspension for about 2 weeks. I had to be cleared through an independent assessment to go back to work, cleared that I was psychologically stable to go back to work. He has been a big supporter of mine. I am held in accountability all the time at rehab. I could be tested at any moment at rehab if there was any indication of impairment. And in fact, when there was the false positive for cannabis in a saliva test, I went straight in to work because I was going to work, and I was tested at work. I mean, it didn't count for the BBS, but it was definitely a negative urine sample. So I can be tested at any time at work. And I believe one of the other letters is from Peggy Baroni, who is the HR director at Alhambra Valley Retreat. And she has been responsible also. She understands what this has been about, what this is about, and she does my performance reviews and obviously monitors my performance at Alhambra Valley Retreat. And I think that's it for the letters of recommendation. And I'm sorry, I sort of forgot the other part of the question.
The other part was, what were the reasons you took some of your continuing education courses?
Oh, okay. Again, that's a really great question. So, during this, I also became KDAC 1 and KDAC 2, which is a certified alcohol and drug counselor. in the state of California. And so I took additional classes. Those were not required by the BBS, but I work in rehab, and I also didn't necessarily feel that I got enough classes at the end of my counseling psychology degree. I also sort of informally supervise a bunch of residential counselors at Alhambra Valley Retreat, and they are all taking at least KDAC 1. So I kind of figured I should be doing the coursework that they're doing so that I can understand what their challenges with the coursework is. So that was in addition to the CEUs that I took. The CEUs were part of my commitment and part of the requirements for probation. I took CEUs on the impact of alcohol, I believe, in the family, the impact of alcohol on, I think, work performance. I don't have them in front of me. I also took a very lengthy CEU on all manner of drugs, including alcohol. I include alcohol in the bucket of drugs. I think it's ridiculous to separate it out. So I learned a lot. I learned about both the physical impact and the social impact of addiction and of substance use disorder. So I took as many CEUs that I could find to fulfill the requirements, and then I kept taking them. I am required to do some of them for work, so I included those, but I took additional ones as well, in part because I work in residential rehab and I work with a broad spectrum of substances that, I work with men who are using a broad spectrum of substances. And I think it's important to be informed about those. And also, this is part of my journey. This is part of who I am, somebody who has substance use disorder. And it is important for me to educate and understand myself. And I learned a lot.
How long have you been working at your current employer?
Just over 3 years. Well, actually, no, nearly 4 years, a lot over 3 years. So I started in, I think, the end of May in 2022. I was suspended for 2 weeks following the DUI. And so I really kind of count the start date as around April the 15th, because I sort of count it as a restart. So on April the 15th of this year, I will have worked there for 4 years. I have also a very small private practice that I was really gifted. I did my hours for my associate's degree at Oak Creek Relational Counseling Center in Pleasant Hill. And when I got my license, when I passed the licensing exam, they offered to rent me a room there so that I could stay there. And I have about 8 to 10 private practice clients that I see through my own practice. It's been really nice for me to have an office where I did my associate's hours, because it remains social. It's not as isolated as sometimes I think private practice might feel.
Those private patients, do you see them for alcohol and drug-related issues?
Not everybody. About half are now substance use disorder clients. That's kind of grown a little bit over the last year, but my specific focus in private practice is not necessarily substance use disorder. It is adults it's adults with all sorts of challenges in their life because of the way that private practice lands. I think you end up seeing the clients that you should see. And so I now see 50% of substance use disorder clients, and I see predominantly seniors at this moment in time.
Do you have a mentor type individual that helps you with your private practice or is a support for your private practice?
The prior clinical director at Oak Creek Relational Counseling Center, Steve Polin, I can always contact if I need consultation. I have a close associate who is also in private practice that I can use for consultation. She is a licensed LMFT. And also the clinical director at Alhambra Valley Retreat is available for consultation when I need it with specific clients in private practice. And of course, because I do see substance use disorder clients in private practice, that consultation with the clinical director at Alhambra Valley Retreat is really important because we all understand the impact and the mechanics of substance use disorder.
You have about 2.5 years left to your probation, so you're halfway through. Why do you feel that you're ready now for termination?
First, I think the answer to that is twofold. Not obviously, but I have completed all of the requirements thus far for probation. Every drug test has been negative. I have completed all the CEUs. I am in individual therapy on a bi-weekly basis. I go to recovery support meetings. I am invested in recovery support meetings. And I am a very changed woman. I am patient. I am consistent. I am accountable. I am there for the people in my life, and I am there for me in my life. The other part is if I am granted early termination of probation, very little changes in my life. I wanted to be clear about that. In essence, the only thing that changes in my life is the daily requirement to check in with Recovery Trek and to see if I'm being called to test, which I think in the over 2.5 years that I've been doing this, I've missed checking in twice, panicked, called Amanda, and been okay. So for over 800 check-ins, I've missed 2 of them. But that bit is a practical inconvenience, right? I hesitate to call it a burden because I committed to this, but it's definitely an inconvenience. So the testing is the only part that changes. Nothing else will change for me. I'll still go to Dharma. I'll still keep running Recovery Dharma at Kaiser IOP. I'll still drop in to AA meetings because I'm friendly with the folks there and it's part of my community. I'll still keep working at Alhambra Valley Retreat in residential rehab, and I'll still maintain my private practice, and I will remain in recovery. So I'm at a point where things change if I am granted early termination, and also nothing changes. And I don't want that to change. So
And you plan to also continue with your therapist?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I've already discussed that with her. I plan to continue with Tawny, and my regularly set appointment with her is tomorrow morning at 8:15. So, yes, I plan to continue with my current therapist.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crawford. We will now open it up to questions from the board, starting with Ms. Thies.
Hello, thank you for being here today and wanted to commend you on your continuous sobriety. I have a few questions about your employment right now. The first one is, do you desire to grow your private practice?
Not exactly. It grew a bit almost accidentally. When I because my internship was in women's residential, community mental health. I have always really enjoyed working as part of a team. And so it was not my intention to go into private practice. I sort of fell into private practice because I had clients who needed to continue to work with somebody who I really enjoy working with, and because I was offered a space in a community mental health clinic. So it's both private, but it's not isolated. So if my private practice kind of bumps along at between 8 and 10 clients a week, I am happy to leave it at that level and remain working as part of a team in a residential facility. I like that I can use different modalities in private practice that aren't explored in residential rehab, because it allows me to expand the way I think about treatment of all sorts of mental health challenges. But it is not my primary focus, and it never really has been.
Thank you. My second question is about your employment with Alhambra Valley Retreat. It seems like you started there around the time of your DUI.
Yes.
Where were you employed beforehand? And then additionally, I'm having a little bit of trouble following your time with the Delta Family Therapy Group. If you wouldn't mind shedding some light on
Yeah,
that.
not at all. So I was employed as an AMFT, getting my hours towards licensure at Delta Family Therapy Group. I got the DUI. I informed my supervisor there. I remained working there, I think, for about 6 months. Then I was terminated. I understand now why I was terminated. In the moment, I didn't exactly understand, but I was now I understand, because she started paneling therapists for insurance. And I am not eligible to be paneled because I'm on probation. But I didn't understand it at the time, and it wasn't explained to me at the time. And through my own research, and because I keep up on this stuff, I now understand why I was terminated. Once I was terminated from Delta Family Therapy Group, my clinical supervisor at Alhambra Valley Retreat had been an AMFT at Oak Creek Relational Counseling Center, where they don't panel therapists. And so he reached out to Steve Pollan, who is the clinical director there. I interviewed with Steve, and so I moved from Delta to Oak Creek Relational Counseling Center, where I am not paneled on any insurance panel and where I only see private pay clients.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Uribe?
Yeah. Good morning. I had a question. Do you think there was a correlation with your work and your relapse?
No. I think there is a correlation between, at the time, I didn't know how to manage 2 jobs. So there's a correlation with the volume of work back then, but there is not a correlation between being triggered by folks who have substance use disorder. So yes, there was too much work, although I didn't know how to pace it, which I do know how to do now. But there was no correlation between substance use disorder in the population I was working with and my relapse.
Okay, do you have any plans, I guess, in maybe the recent future to change your work or do anything? I'm just curious if, like, say, once you get off probation.
I might. That's a really good question. Firstly, no, I'm not going to pivot into private practice entirely. That was never my goal. I have always worked in residential care. I worked initially in a psychiatric unit for about 2.5 years. My internship was in residential care. I like that environment. Alhambra Valley Retreat is a very small residential care facility, and I can see in the future I might, but I don't know, actually. I really like it there, and I think we do really good work, and I'm supported and I'm held there in recovery.
So I guess with that, if you ended up getting a significant amount of work, do you have a plan what you would do to help so that you don't get, I think last time you said it was kind of almost triggered having overwhelming work, so.
I've learned how to pace the work. One of the things that has changed is the amount of driving, oddly enough. Because Delta Family Therapy was located in Brentwood, which is quite a long drive from where I live. Oak Creek Relational Counseling is about 5 minutes away from Alhambra Valley Retreat, and it's only about 20 minutes away from where I live. Because I work in residential care, there is a way of pacing the work, and I'm also salaried, so I can make my hours to add up to the amount of required hours. So I can pace the work there, and I can choose how many folks I see in private practice. As an associate at Delta Family Therapy, I didn't have the choice of how many folks I saw per week. So I have been able to both change the number of hours of work and the pacing around the work. And I've learned a lot in Dharma about relaxing around things and breathing through things and understanding that it is not my responsibility for other people's recovery, that they have to do the work and I cannot work more than somebody else. So I've learned a lot.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Huff?
Thank you for being here. You've talked a bit about different coping skills that you've gained over the last few years. Can you maybe in more detail identify what specific coping skills you have learned and how you're negotiating which types of coping skills to be using in different times?
Yeah. I do a lot of meditation. That's been a really big change. I didn't think I could do any meditation when I started, and now I can do up to about 8 minutes, which for me is a lot. I have a meditation app that sometimes I put on in the car. I had on before I came here, so that was really helpful too. I've learned a lot of deep breathing techniques as well. I am able to recognize thoughts and not act on them as well. One of my, I mean, it sounds a little ridiculous, but I know that it isn't, that I make sure that I eat correctly. I'm not always a saint or a Buddhist around it, but I am mindful of what I put into my body as well as what I put into my mind. I surround myself with people who support me. I have dogs, so I walk them a lot. I find the moments of joy in my life, instead of trying to confirm the moments of suffering. And that has been a really big shift for me, is the way that I think about my life. I like to learn, so I do a lot of reading. I'm also an artist, so I paint. And that's one of the very few parts of my life, apart from meditation, where I'm able to get into a flow state. My brain and my physical coordination are working seamlessly without me directing it. And I still do art shows with friends of mine because that's a part of my joyful community as well. So I do lots of things now that I wasn't doing. And most importantly, I do things that bring me joy.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Agassi,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Strack?
Thanks for being here and sharing with us today. It seems like Recovery Dharma has been a big part of your journey. Can you try to give us a brief understanding of what that really brings to you?
Yes. I didn't expect Recovery Dharma to really change how I thought about being in recovery. So I was going to AA meetings. I'd been to AA meetings beforehand. I like AA. And AA meetings in Vallejo are filled with characters. And so I liked that component. I really enjoyed my sponsor. We had a good connection. As I say, she moved away when her husband died and she went to live with family. And I wasn't really looking for another AA sponsor. I go to AA meetings with work. And one day we got a gentleman into treatment, and I don't do AA meetings, but I do Dharma. And because we like to provide folks with the things that they ask for that are supportive for their treatment, we went to a Dharma meeting in Oakland. And after the first meeting, which was held in a cold church in Oakland, something changed because there's an acknowledgement of suffering. There's something called the Four Noble Truths in Dharma that goes, in this world, there is suffering, there is a cause of suffering. There can be an end to suffering. The way to the end of suffering is the Eightfold Path. And the Eightfold Path is a skill set, like the 12 steps, sort of analogous to the 12 steps, but broader. So while I am an alcoholic, I am many, many things as well. Not all of them perfect, and many of them not perfect. And I also needed to look at those. And so the broader overview in Dharma was appealing to me. I knew nothing about Buddhism at all. But I appreciate that it's a teaching, and I like to learn. and that it is not a focus on a named God or higher power. It is a focus on teachings and a life path, because this is a life path for me in all of my deficits, right? Not just alcoholism, but I can be a little quick to be judgmental every now and again, and that could use some adjustment for sure. And it provided me with a way to really look at myself and be supported in doing all of that. I also really like the book Recovery Dharma because it was updated in 2023. And so there are stories in the back of the book that really resonate with me because they're contemporary as well. So I liked both the ancient aspects and vision of Dharma, the teaching, and the contemporaneous narratives that it gets applied to. I really like it.
Great. Thank you. That's my only question.
All right, Dr. Boyd,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sovic,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Friedman.
Morning. Thank you so much for being here this morning. You seem to be a very confident person, and I'm just curious, if you were to end probation, is there any way at all that you would be tempted to maybe just try a drink someday?
That's the obvious question. And no, I have thought about it, actually. I mean, I've thought about the question, not about the drink. So I will have 4 years of continuous sobriety again in April the 6th. I love my life now. I am confident, I'm upbeat. I still get sad. My cat had to be euthanized about 2 months ago, and I was not confident and upbeat in that moment. I was sad and distraught and really anxious, but I was able to move forward with that. I love my life. I treasure going to Dharma and the folks in my Sangha and our relationship. I enjoy being a friend for my friends. I love my joy. I work around men in treatment who, when they come in, their joy has been stolen by their drug of choice. And I will not allow my joy to be stolen that way.
Thank you.
Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I really value and appreciate your candid testimony and opening statement today. And I have no questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bailey.
Ms. Cooper, thanks for being here today. Thanks for your extensive testimony, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Crawford, any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Cooper, is there anything else you would like the board to know about yourself and your journey?
Again, I thank you for hearing this appeal. I could not, even if it was plausible, which it wasn't, I could not have sat here and provided this testimony in the way that I provided it this morning, even a year ago. I am a different person. I am a better clinician. I can witness growth in myself. I can also witness growth in the relationships that I form with friends as well, that I have different types of friendships. I value different qualities in people. And I just feel very privileged to have been supported by, in a sense, the board's binding of me to the restrictions of probation, because what felt like a punishment was really only support And I thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Just as a procedural issue, you've provided the board with additional documentation this morning. I understand the board has already received it, but suffice to say you would like the board to consider these additional documents in rendering a decision.
Yeah, it's really just the first 3 pages, actually, because the rest of them are duplicates of what was in the original document on Case Connect.
So I will mark those for identification as additional documents provided by petitioner Exhibit A. Any objection to Exhibit A, Ms. Crawford? All right, Exhibit A is admitted and will be considered.
Thank you.
Ms. Cooper, as I said, the board will now go into closed session for deliberations, and you'll be informed of their decision on a date in the future. Best of luck to you. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board.
All right, with that, the matter is submitted, the record is closed, and we are off the record at 9:57. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Given that the petition hearing is concluded, I will now turn it back over.
Great, thank you. The board will now move into closed session. Once we conclude our closed session, we'll be taking a lunch break and we'll resume our open session to conduct additional board business when we return. Thank you.
Ms. Crawford, do you mind uploading these to Case Center?
This is the moderator. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We'll get started as soon as possible. If we have an ETA, we will update you as soon as possible. All right, Sarah, when you're ready, let's do a test. I see your PowerPoint. No audio from WebEx. I hear audio.
The unconscious mind.
You're good to go. This is the moderator. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We're going to continue to wait just a bit longer, but we should get started shortly.
Great. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be moving to item 6, strategic planning session for the board's 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. Today's strategic planning session gives us a valuable opportunity to step away from our day-to-day responsibilities and focus on the big picture where we are headed and how we want to position the board for the future. Encourage each of us to engage thoughtfully, openly, and collaboratively. This process works best when we bring forward diverse perspectives and have candid, forward-looking conversations. Board management has developed a set of proposed objectives. Those were thoughtfully brainstormed in response to the weaknesses identifying in the environmental scan and are intended to move us meaningfully towards achieving our strategic goals. Today is our opportunity to refine, strengthen, and align them together. We're fortunate to have Sarah Irani and Tricia St. Clair from the Solid team here to guide us through the process and keep us focused and productive. Thank you for the time you've invested preparing for today and looking forward to a meaningful and productive session. So we'll turn it over to you guys.
Hi, hello. Let me get the PowerPoint up and we can go ahead and begin. All right, so welcome to the Board of Behavioral Sciences Strategic Planning Session. My name is Sarah Irani. I'm a strategic business analyst and facilitator with Solid, and I also have my co-facilitator with me. Do you want to use the mic over there?
Tricia St. Clair, also strategic business.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Tricia St. Clair, also a strategic business analyst and facilitator.
And our role today is to act as a neutral party and provide structure. We will be documenting some of the discussion today. Additionally, we'll be checking for understanding. The correct spelling and grammar later. We are doing a little bit of wordsmithing today, but we're going to try to minimize that as much as possible. But in terms of spelling and grammar, we can do that offline because we want to make sure that we're focusing all our time on developing those objectives. All right, just a couple things. We do ask that the participants please minimize any distractions, try to respect one another's contributions. We do ask that everyone try to participate and contribute. And lastly, reach a consensus. Sometimes discussion can go back and forth often with strategic planning. And so at a certain point, you may want to ask yourself, is this something that I can live with? And if so, then we can, continue and move on. All right, so a couple things that we're going to be doing today. We're going to review diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We'll review the strategic planning process. We'll kind of go over a little bit of the highlights of the environmental scan. And lastly, we're going to develop and refine those strategic objectives. So for diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. In 2022, Governor Newsom issued an executive order issuing that all state agencies have a commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and now accessibility as well. And part of this is in the strategic planning, is called out for specifically the strategic planning process. Also in 2022, Department of Consumer Affairs established the DEIA Steering Committee to kind of help with that process and addressing this executive order. And DCA's DEIA mission statement is to create a California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. You probably know what diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility mean, but we are going to briefly go over the definitions real quick. Diversity is the inherent and acquired qualities, characteristics, and experiences that make us unique as individuals and the groups to which we belong. Equity is creating paths to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities may have unequal starting points driven by different histories, historical treatment, circumstances, strengths, and needs. Inclusion is the practice to maintain a positive environment where all individuals feel recognized, understood, and valued. And lastly, accessibility. This is designing systems, environments, and experiences so that people of all abilities can access and engage with them. And this includes people with disabilities. One thing that people often get tripped on, they believe that equity and equality are the same thing. However, they are very different things. Equality is providing the same equal treatment to everyone, whereas equity is creating pathways to equal outcomes. And as you can kind of see in the little picture here, equality on the left-hand side shows that everyone's given the same platform, regardless of their needs. And this isn't helpful for the person on the right because they still can't see over the fence. However, on the right side, with equity, everyone's given a platform that meets their needs. And so all of them are able to see over the fence and look at the game. One thing that we want to kind of maintain while in strategic planning is unconscious bias. And unconscious bias is something that we all have. And so we have a little quick short video here that we're going to watch to kind of talk about how we can mitigate unconscious bias. So I'll go ahead and play that.
The unconscious mind is amazing. It can process vastly more information than our conscious mind by using shortcuts based on our background, cultural environment, and personal experiences to make almost instantaneous decisions about everything around us. The snag is, it's wrong quite a lot of the time, especially on matters that need rational thinking. Here's a classic example. A bat and a ball cost £1 10 pence. If the bat costs £1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? Most people, including over 50% of students at some of the world's leading universities, get the answer wrong and say 10 pence. The answer is actually 5 pence. Many of us choose 10 pence without thinking. This is because our unconscious mind uses instinct, not analysis. So our unconscious is fallible. It's also biased. It makes snap judgments of people we meet, categorizing them according to gender, social and other characteristics. In milliseconds, we judge whether somebody is like us and belongs to our in-group. These are the people we favor. So men might favor men, while women might favor women. However, we can belong to different in-groups, and we like to be part of an in-group that's powerful, which could mean a woman favoring a man over a woman. That's unconscious bias. All of us have it, and it colors our decisions without our realizing. For example, research reveals that if I were a man, you would be more likely to be nodding in agreement right now because people pay more attention to a male voice. The Royal Society fosters excellence in science, but this can only be achieved if we select from the widest range of talent. And that's not possible if unconscious bias is narrowing down the field for non-scientific reasons. To lessen the impact of unconscious bias, which is easier for us to notice in others, we are raising the awareness of unconscious bias to members of our selection and appointment panels. We're encouraging panel members to deliberately slow down decision-making, reconsider reasons for decisions, question cultural stereotypes, and monitor each other for unconscious bias. We can't cure unconscious bias, but with self-awareness, we can address it.
All right. So when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, there are some myths surrounding it. And so we want to take a moment to kind of dispel some of those myths, the common myths. The first one being that DIA is only about race and gender, and it excludes certain people, specifically white men. This is untrue. When it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, we all have more than like 20 characteristics that make us up. And to say that, you know, it's only about race and gender is just untrue. There's so many different characteristics that describe us as human beings. The second myth is that DIA is a zero-sum divisive game to create winners and losers. This is also incorrect. To think that in order to gain something, someone else must lose out is biased thinking. And DIA is a growth mindset set on growing people. The other third myth that we hear oftentimes in the environmental scan portion is that DIA means recruiting unqualified people. This is also untrue and is based on a what people believe that there's a trend, you know, trying to hire people for tokenized reasons. However, once again, this is just untrue. For this part, basically, I always forget this talking point. For this, basically, to think that there's only job requirements to fill a tokenized role is untrue. It makes it think that there isn't like a large enough net. And so DIA is kind of expanding that net to make sure that, you know, we are hiring qualified people and reaching out to areas that, you know, may have been overlooked before. There are also some many benefits to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And these are some statistics that we have. Deloitte has a stat saying that when employees believe that their organization is committed to diversity, they feel included and innovation increases by 83%. Teams that follow inclusive processes make decision 2 times faster and in half as many meetings. So if we're inclusive today, we'll be able to get strategic planning done faster today. And then lastly, companies with more diverse and inclusive teams have about a 22% turnover rate than those without. And this is from the Muse and Gallup. So as you can see, there are a lot of reasons to consider diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in strategic planning. And speaking of that, when it comes to strategic planning, a couple questions you may want to ask yourself as we're going over the objectives. What is the proposal? And here we might want to assess for diversity. Who benefits? Who's going to benefit from these objectives and the strategic plan? And here we may want to make sure that we are assessing for inclusion and including groups that, you know, may otherwise not have been included. Who is burdened is something that you want to think about, and here you may want to assess equity. And lastly, what different needs are there? And here we want to make sure that we are assessing for accessibility and that we're, you know, providing access to everyone. A couple other things, a couple specific examples that you may want to think about. One example is continuing education requirements, may not specifically for this board, but kind of other boards in general. Adding more continuing education requirements may be burdensome on licensees, either for geographical regions or financially. So that's an example of one common kind of objective that you may want to think about. All right. And with that, we'll take a little icebreaker and play a quick game. And I apologize, I would have been a little bit more prepared, but I don't have my timer. In your packet, you should have the second page should be a page with a bunch of numbers. And if you've played this game before, which I know some of you have because you did strategic planning with me last time, don't tell your neighbor what the game is. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna take your pen and you're not gonna mark the paper, you're just gonna tap it. You're gonna find the number 1 and you're gonna find the number 2, 3, and 4, and try to get to the highest number you can. Don't start yet. I'm only gonna give you 30 seconds. Okay? Is everyone ready? Yeah? Okay, and start. All right, and time. What was the highest number people got? 7? 9? 10? 12? Okay. 14? Okay. Now, what if I told you that there is a strategy to this game? I'm going to pass out a separate sheet. All right, I noticed some of you have already kind of started figuring it out, but when we put the grid on top of the numbers, you can tell the 1 is in the first box, 2 is in the second one, 3 is in the third, and you keep going all the way until 9. When you hit 10, you go back up at the top and follow that pattern. So this time I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. And now that you have the strategy, let's see if we can get a higher number. So go ahead and start now. All right, and time. Did we get higher numbers? Yeah? What was the highest number? 54. I think that's the last one on there. Nice. All right. And how does this relate to strategic planning? Well, when you have a strategy, you're able to accomplish more. When you didn't have that grid in front of you, you were just kind of, blindly trying to find all the numbers, and strategic plan can be kind of the same. You're trying to, without a strategic plan, you're kind of putting out fires constantly. And you don't really have an organized way to determine, okay, these are the things we need to focus on. So strategic plan helps with that. So strategic planning answers a couple questions: where we are now, where are we going, and how will we get there? And you can kind of think of like a strategic plan, like a roadmap. The where we are now is defined by your mission, values, and environmental scan. It tells you where you as an organization are currently in this current state. Where are we going is defined by your vision, goals, and objectives. It's kind of like, where do we see ourselves in the next 3 to 5 years? Where do we want to be? And then the action plan is determining how do we actually get there, and how do we, make all these things that we want to do happen. Did my computer freeze? Ah, how to catch up a little bit. You can also kind of think of your strategic plan as a house. Your mission, values, and vision are the foundation of your house. Your goals are the walls, your roof, things that you don't change up too often, but are kind of a base structure of your organization. And your objectives are going to be things that you change out every couple years, like curtains or furniture. And these are things that are going to be the length of your strategic plan, kind of almost like mini goals. You can think of it like that. So here's our mission statement, and we did work with staff to define this. I don't think we changed it up too much, but this is the current mission statement, which is protect and serve Californians by setting, communicating, and enforcing standards for safe and competent mental health practices. Don't believe there are going to be any changes to this, but no? Okay, perfect. We're good. And these are our values, and we did make some changes with staff. And here I have highlighted which ones we updated. So we added in accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also professionalism. And from what we removed customer service, quality, and respect. So the one on the left-hand side, does that look good for our values? Good? Okay, perfect. All right. And then the environmental scan, we're going to be using this as our basis for everything that we worked on today. You should have gotten it in your board meeting materials, but this, to talk about exactly what is the environmental scan, this is a study on how your stakeholders perceive the board in both the effectiveness when it comes to all those goal areas and a response to to the profession in which you operate and the world trends. And those are like your opportunities and threats, anything outside the board. Here's our vision statement. And I don't believe we had really any changes here. But as it's written now, all Californians are able to access the highest quality mental health services. Good. Okay. Perfect. Staff did a good job.
Question for you.
Yes, I can go back.
I didn't realize you were asking for our input in some of this as
Yes.
well. Okay, could you go back to the mission statement, please?
Sure.
California's best at communicating practices. Okay, I get it. However, if the objective here is for us to incorporate DEI, we know that some institutions have created separate DEI statements. I believe my first year on the board, I was wondering, do we have a statement here? So is it possible to incorporate some DEI language in the mission? I mean, what a great place to start.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely do. I believe some other boards have included diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the mission statement. So that's definitely something that we can include here as well. Do we want to workshop it now, or do we want to have it be kind of like something that we just do offline?
Can you bring it back? Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. Let me make myself a note because I will forget.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we are, the vision statement. And with your vision statement, this is kind of like, we've accomplished everything. We're in utopia is how I like to describe it. And so this would be, that vision of the future. I personally don't think any changes need to be made to it, but oh, just kidding, I do have one. What was the change? All Californians have access to the highest quality mental health. Oh, yes. The only change I have is instead of are able to, we changed this to have, because we're assuming that we did accomplish that and everyone does have access. Yes.
So in the mission, we only use the word competent. In the vision, we use highest quality. Those two things do not agree in my mind.
Okay.
So I think the place to address it would probably be in the mission.
Okay.
Because highest quality would be a goal that we would have for the people we're working for and with.
In that case, do we want to change competent to highest quality? And is that something that's within the board's mandate to ensure highest quality, or just competent?
Steve, maybe you can answer that question about the mandate.
We would love to accomplish the highest quality, but that's something hard for us to do. I think when we were originally, what was it, 4 years ago, looking at that competence, I think some of the other words that came into play, what we were deliberating too, was culturally competent, I think. And I believe that maybe when we went through the DEI, when we had the discussion back then, we may have gotten rid of the culturally competent. So protect Californians and setting standards.
Did we get rid of it or did we move it? Because culturally competent is irrelevant. Very relevant.
I think the discussion was around what's safe and what's competent
Yeah, I
practice.
hope we didn't get rid of it.
It's how the board would maybe look at what competent means. I think incompetent when I'm looking at that means that you're culturally responsive, you know how to actually operate, competently with your clients, and that does include cultural competency and such.
I think you may have hit the nail on the head, and we'd have to go back and look at the notes, but culturally responsive and culturally competent, I remember we did have that discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah. That was my point. Culturally responsive is the more appropriate term.
All right, so it sounds like instead of competent, we want to strike out competent and write culturally responsive. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That would be my request.
Is that only talking about culture versus when we're talking about competence in a broader term?
That's also
So,
correct. I was looking, it's under section 4980.34, the legislative intent of what the board does. And it actually doesn't mention competence or highest quality. So I think the board is free to use inside its mission, whatever. I mean, obviously we wouldn't put incompetent, but to me, competent is a different legal term than highest quality.
And how would proficient work?
And Eleanor, you had something, right?
Yeah, I was saying that the word competent seems to encompass more than culture. You know, it's the standards and a whole lot of other things. So I think to erase competency and replace it with just cultural responsiveness kind of can take a lot of the standards out. So I don't see the two as the same.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Ms. Uribe is saying.
what about safe, culturally, and competent care?
So I'm trying to
Culturally wouldn't work. Never mind. Yeah,
but
culturally.
remember, we started here because vision says highest quality,
Yeah.
mission says competent. Those two things do not jive.
Um,
And
What I-
that's why I was bringing the point into the conversation.
Yeah.
Could we possibly leave competent in the mission statement and instead take out highest from the vision and just have it be access to quality mental health services?
So I'm going to push back against that because I do not think we should set our standards low. I think we should send our standards high and try and achieve them rather than use wordage that takes it low and look what we did and pat ourselves on the back. So I would rather challenge ourselves as a board and put the highest level of expectation in our mission and our vision, and then work to achieve that as best we can. So we went back to mission. For me, safe, proficient, and culturally responsive.
I'm gonna copy some of the stuff over just so we can have look at them back to back or right next to each other. So give me 1 second. And I may ask you to repeat. Okay, so we have protect for safe. Okay, do you mind repeating?
So for safe, comma, proficient, comma, and culturally responsive mental health practices.
I already have responsive there.
And yes, I use the Oxford comma.
Okay, yes, I did put the Oxford comma. So on the right-hand side, we have what Board Member Sovek is suggesting. Do we like that as for our mission statement? And just a reminder, our mission statement is what you as an organization currently do.
Yeah, just for feedback, I think adding in the wording culturally responsive, it is getting us to DEI. So yeah, we're kind of helping get the work started for you here. And Eleanor, I totally agree with you with the word competency. Like I think we moved it around, so it may come up again in our work here, but I do respect your point.
Yeah, I believe the proficient can substitute for competence, right? I think it's a synonym.
Yeah, in my mind, if our practitioners aren't competent, I mean, to me, it's like it's a given.
Yeah.
You know, especially if we're using the term highest quality. Does that not say? Yeah.
You know what? I for me, competency seems more clear, even though proficient is possible. It's just because, like, according to the standards we have with the CSWE, we we measure our students based on their competency, completing the standards. So for me, it almost seems like if we can kind of follow along with that, even though proficient could technically be used, it's just, I feel like it's not as clear.
And I mean, if you want to go, that's similar to what we are looking at in the exams. It's we're looking for minimal competency.
Yeah.
I think maybe you can maybe use the other words in the vision to kind of like maybe, but just that competency is kind of what, as a board, we have to set those competence standards. Proficient though, I mean, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think we're striking it, Eleanor. I think it's like the context and shaping the language of the mission statement. So to me, we're putting it in context right now. And like John was saying, what being consistent, what is in the mission statement is not the same as the point we're making in our vision. And so we're looking at the context of the language being used in those two areas.
Yeah, and I'm not saying to take out the culturally responsive. I was saying, well, maybe keep it with competent, and you could use culturally responsive. I think because they're kind of touching
in the mission
areas.
You want to keep it in the mission?
Yeah, but I was saying I think competent is probably a clearer word than proficient.
Okay, then I will push back and think that competency fits better with the vision, since we're talking about highest quality. Can we see the vision again? I can't see it. I don't have a screen.
And I can also, if you want me to, I can put them on the same slides so you can kind of see them next to each other.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Highest quality, doesn't that reference competency? Yes. Highest quality, doesn't that reference competency? Right, and he said minimal. Right.
Okay, so I put the mission statement to the right of the vision. You can kind of see them right next to each other.
And the other thing for the highest quality, I mean, that's kind of, how do you measure that?
So vision statements are supposed to be kind of lofty. They're kind of like, okay, we accomplished everything that we wanted to do as a board, right? And we don't have to exist anymore. So the vision for that, you're kind of like, okay, what would that vision of that perfect utopia be? And it is all Californians have access to the highest quality mental health services.
Then that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, and how do we feel about the mission statement, the proposed one with proficient? Still kind of,
I like competent because, as Eleanor was saying, it's consistent with messaging through testing and everything else. So, and to me, competent is more clear than proficient. I mean, I know, there's synonyms for each other, but if you're talking about consistency of language across many organizations, then it's more of a common language.
and we can just, for sake of time, we can put a note to workshop proficient or competent, since it seems like they're, differing opinions. And I can work offline with Steve on that to see if we can try to get that. Otherwise, we could talk about this all day.
I think that's a good idea. Okay. I think you should just wordsmith it offline and speak with counsel as to whether or not it's legally competent, because otherwise you have a mission that's pointing to a place that the legislature didn't send us to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we'll put a pin in that and we'll come back to that offline. Okay. So these are your goals as a board. They are labeled here in the old order. I apologize, I meant to update this slide. But we did shift things around, mostly moving administrative services to the first goal, and then everything kind of down from there. But your goals are kind of your everyday, day-to-day functions as a board, such as, licensing, examination, enforcement. And oftentimes people will confuse goals and objectives together when it comes to strategic planning. And how I like to explain it is that, like I mentioned before, your goals are long-term, they're your day-to-day functions, they're, what everything you do as a board. Your objectives are little short-term mini goals that go underneath each goal area, and they're only for the length of your strategic plan. And so that's how you, that's the difference between the two. Because oftentimes people will say, this goal for under licensing, it's like, no, that's objective. So they're little mini goals. And so when it comes to objectives, we have about anywhere between 3 to 6 per goal area. And we're going to be discussing the ones that we workshopped with staff today. We may also potentially develop some new ones based on, if you have anything in the environmental scan that you felt wasn't addressed or is really important that needs to be put in there. So we have the opportunity for that as well. And just as a reminder for roles and responsibilities, something you want to remember is that the board's mandate is consumer protection. And you want to balance that with available resources because staff will be ultimately accomplishing all these objectives in your strategic plan. So just something to be mindful of when we're, coming up with some additional objectives or if we're refining the ones that were already created, to make sure that it is, doable by staff and making sure that staff have the resources in order to do it. We don't want to give them something they can't achieve. All right, so what we'll do is we're going to review and refine some of the objectives created by staff. We'll try, I know this is a little different than what we normally do for strategic planning. So I apologize if I'm a little frazzled. But we're going to try not to wordsmith too much, but mostly just Tricia and I do have some suggestions, but mostly just determining, is this an objective we want in our strategic plan? And if so, then we'll work it from there. And then, like I mentioned earlier, if you do have additional objectives that you want to add, we'll talk about, what is the problem to solve or just issue to address. And then we'll talk about, what is that solution to address that issue.
Sarah?
Yes, go ahead.
I believe I have an additional goal I'd like us to consider. Is that something to do towards the end, or where would be best for your flow of work today?
Go ahead and suggest it. And what would it might be?
So I'm really trying to look at the environment that we're living in currently in the state of California. And I'm wondering if we can craft anywhere a type of goal that looks at protection and support for marginalized and endangered communities right now. Looking at systems to protect clinical files from search and seizure, looking at ways for access for therapists to find tools for keeping their clients safe, controlling the confidential flow of information on electric health record systems, and guidelines for clinicians working with marginalized communities. So that's kind of a goals and objective version I saw there, but I need to know how that works in this process.
So I feel like that might be something that would fall under, I don't know, such a,
Yeah, it's
I feel like it might fall under outreach or even potentially legislation or regulation. but-
correct. I think legislation
Um,
regulation.
I highly disagree with that.
Oh.
I think it actually could be a very strong focus goal on the work that we do because we do interact with schools, with communities, with clinicians. So I think setting it up as its own goal actually has a lot of
Oh,
strength
cool.
using the resources we already have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking objective goal. Okay, that's what I mean.
Nope, I want to top line it if we can. But I'm
I-
actually trying to understand the process of bringing that into the
Okay.
conversation.
Typically in strategic planning, when we're at this stage, we don't add a new goal, but that is something we could talk about. We may want to workshop, kind of what that, goal area title would be and what would be some objectives that go under that. And maybe I do want to put this at the end, just because it's so new. And there might be some things that get covered in the other areas, but we'll see. And if anything, I could work on this offline with Steve as well. So I'm gonna put a star next to that to come back to that, if that's all right.
Sarah, I just want to mention, I think that's a necessary component of what we're doing. I agree with John. Ultimately, our mandate is public protection, and
Mhm.
because this is a exigent threat, I think we need to include it in the discussion at some point.
Yeah. All right. In that case, for that one, I'll save it for the end, and then hopefully we can breeze through everything so we have time to discuss about that. So you know what that means? That means you have to agree to everything that staff came up with. All right. And then I should have introduced this earlier, but I have the instructions here. So I did give you all paddles, and this is for you to indicate whether we are ready to move on for an item, and you'll show the green fast forward icon, like let's move, let's go. Or if you feel like you need to discuss an item some more, we have the red pause to say, I would like to pause and talk some more about this item. Okay. And please don't hit each other with these. I worked really hard to make them. All right. I've done a lot of talking. I'm going to continue to keep doing a bunch of talking. So we're going to go right into our first goal area, which is administrative services. And here, Trisha is going to scribe for me while I talk. So I'm going to move over the computer for her real quick. All right. Okay. So our first goal area is administrative services, and we have our goal area description here, which we've refined with staff. And then if you have the environmental scan in front of you, administrative services is going to be on pages 34 to 39. So if you want to quickly look over the weaknesses in that section, you can. All right, and talking about some of the weaknesses, sorry, can I? So from the environmental scan, some of the weaknesses for this area that people talked about were improving, they felt like communication needed to be improved, paper processing was slow, people felt that there needed to be more staff and more availability from staff. And they felt that office supplies needed regular orders and to improve customer service. So I have check marks next to all the ones that I felt that when we worked with staff on these, we kind of addressed all these weaknesses. So that's why those check marks are there. And so if we go over to the suggested objectives from staff, and you should have that in your objective workbook that you got. And so here, we'll kind of go in order, starting with the first one. So the first one, really the only suggestion I have here is to just change it to update board forms to be concise, clear, and consistent. That's about it. How do we feel about that first objective that staff came up with?
Paddles. You're
Hey.
green to go?
Oh, sorry.
Green to go or red to stop?
Yes.
I have a question, and it's not specific to this objective, but all 5 of the objectives.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we are starting the conversation with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, I would imagine that that conversation follows through with any of these objectives, but I don't see any discussion of disparities or populations or any measurable outcomes addressing any facet of DEIA. I see a lot of attempts to increase efficiency.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if efficiency is the same as equity.
Mm.
So I'm wondering where in these 5 there is any attempt to address equity.
Well, in this one, this is strictly just this right here is strictly about the administrative process in-house and communication and stuff.
I understand that. So then am I also understanding correctly? There are no issues with diversity, equity, inclusion,
Well,
accessibility, or justice
That's-
in any form in the administration?
I cannot say that for certain, but
Okay.
yeah.
So then where is that here?
I feel like at least for improving communication, this is just one example that's kind of addressing that because by improving, how you speak to either your applicants or, consumers that are calling in, that's kind of, making things more accessible, if that makes sense. I feel like that might be one example where it could be addressed. We can embed more in here, and like tweak them, but I feel like, at least that one is one example.
Justin, if I could kind of jump in, I think there's two areas where we could maybe look to expand or work on for this. And I think one term I see in here, and the number one is this user experience. And it's kind of a new area and for a lot of companies and public agencies, the whole concept of customer experience. And I think the concept of the user and the customer experience, a lot of that is dependent on where that user and where that customer is coming from and how they need to receive the information, how they can receive the information, the access they have. So maybe we could expand on that concept of user experience to kind of work towards that. And then, I mean, I think the communication is an area there too, but I think there should be some recognition of meeting people where they are. So it's not just us communicating the way we're comfortable communicating and the way we like to and the ways that are convenient, but are we expanding beyond that to meet people where they are?
Yeah, and to be clear, I think all of these objectives will be positive steps forward. None of these are explicitly DEIA. If we are okay with that, then that's fine, but we shouldn't have to add, 12 sentences to explain the objective to make it sort of fit DEI.
Yeah, and I think maybe you might be jumping a little bit ahead. I think maybe the specific, addressing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility will come up in the action planning step where we assign individual tasks to each of those. And I believe Steve came up with some.
Yeah, I have some
Yes.
tasks, but because we are focused on DEIA with internally, it may not be reflective in the actual language here, but that's something that we do consider in everything we do, like updating forms and stuff. How can we make those accessible? Communication, kind of what Wendy was saying. So it is incorporated into the actual work because that's what our focus has to be, and we need to have that. So I don't know if that makes sense. So on a ground level, it will be incorporated, maybe not into these words here.
But is there any harm?
But I think
Is there any harm in including some
I mean,
verbiage here?
is there an objective that, because I'm trying to get a better idea, like
Yeah.
for an objective for this, for our administration, for kind of like the board operation, do you like, I think you're thinking of a bigger kind of objective too, or do you have
Well,
some thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that if we are taking equity seriously, we should be speaking to equity, not downstream equity, right? If we're talking about user experience, then we should be speaking to diversity or equity or inclusion in that. If we're talking about accessibility as a ingredient in paperless process as a product of accessibility, then we should speak to that, right?
Okay.
It I think doesn't make sense to me to be foregrounding the importance of equity while also not engaging in explicitly in explicit terms that talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and just sort of doing hand waving and saying, well, we'll get to that downstream in the action plan. And I think more than that, I would want to see an objective specifically about like an equity impact report assessing measurable outcomes on a quarterly or yearly basis exam rates and processing times, all of the things that administration work is doing already, but assessing the equity impact of each of these.
I mean, I agree. As the administrator, I'm like, with the actual resources we have to be able to do we are looking, that's one of our objectives too, is to get, the resources to do what we want. So I mean that,
But kindly,
Yeah.
gently, I don't know how to make sense of the statement, we do this work on the ground, and then also the statement, we don't have the resources to do what you just said. Because those are one and the same, right? You're either doing this work, you're not. And if you're doing it, then we should be able to see the measurable outcomes of that.
I guess what I'm trying to I guess, so as I mean the groundwork, looking at our forms, which we already do, we have staff, we look at forms, we can look and pinpoint that, looking at DEI perspective, the language we use in the forms, the accessibility, we got that. We have resources, or it might be easy to get resources on that. If we're doing equity assessments, I would have to I'm not sure how we'd be able to do that. I'm just being blatantly honest right now, but I see the value. I mean, it's definitely, there's definitely value in that.
So for the next, gosh, it looks like 40 slides, something like that, the board should just take your word that we're going to do the work, but we won't see any actual audit of that. We won't see any byproduct product of that. Because we don't have the resources to actually show us that we're doing it.
Well, no, I mean, if you want to put, I'm not trying to be argumentative.
I want to understand, what are we actually capable of doing?
So
What are we doing?
like for an example, if we put on there, we need to do an equity, or we want to do equity assessments of, exam pass rates or whatnot. That might be a long-term goal, and I think we might be able to eventually do that, but it would take some time. I think that's what it's because currently right now with the staffing resources, I'm not sure how we would give that the honest time it would need. So, I mean, it definitely objectives, this is a 4-year plan, so if you want to, if we can craft something that, an objective like that, but I see what you're saying with everything. Yeah.
So,
No,
Steve,
I hear you.
no,
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Thank you.
Does it make sense though? Kind of.
okay. No, I love this conversation. And if I could possibly make a recommendation based on the exchange here, a way to incorporate DEI in goal number 1, based on what I just heard, is to possibly kind of look into the possibility of creating a language policy or a language protocol, if you will. This is a best practice for DEIA. For example, when some of us, when we introduce ourselves, we use our pronouns. In some organizations, it's common that when we introduce ourselves, that we use those pronouns. That's a respectful way to identify someone's preference, orientation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when I'm looking at the environmental scan, when it says improve customer service and improve communication, are we taking that into consideration? To take this a step further, this should be happening in the forms that we are using coming out of this office here. Are we using correct language according to our societal views on DEIA when it comes to gender, sex, race, and all those things? Those have since DEIA has been really in the forefront of things. All corporations are updating their language policies, their forms, their applications, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just want to maybe recommend that we look at how we're using language in goal number 1 and possibly adding that as a possibility. And just one other thing I wanted to add in this area, unless you want to speak to this, what they just said, and then come back.
no, actually what you just said, because I think it'll help what you're,
Oh,
I want to add on.
oh, of course, yeah, and then come back to me.
Okay, so looking at goal 1.1, which is assess, update, and standardize all board forms.
Mhm.
That is very, very coded privilege speaking for these forms are all in English and they're going to remain in English while we do the process. So what we might consider is access, update, and standardize inclusive of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility standards, all board forms. That then throws in what we're talking about and gives the action steps real specific goals that we want to make sure that you continue with this expansion in, because I know you've done some, we have some stuff in more languages, but that actually maybe needs to be part of the goal. So then the action steps include the idea, okay, we are now going to make sure we have it available in English, Spanish, and Mandarin, so that we're looking at how to shape those action steps with a little bit more. Because right now, standardized forms is a really privileged, very white word, okay? So by adding that little bit of language, I'm thinking then we're addressing what you're talking about and at least putting something in concrete for Mr. Huff's point of view that says that's where we want some of the action steps to be taken.
And John, would you say that, and maybe Dr. Walker, you're going to get to this, but could we include language like that in 1.3 as well? Because I think how we communicate with people is.
Yeah, you're right on point. 'Cause
Okay,
that was
so I'll let you
my
say yours.
follow-up, but I
Yes.
like that, but I also want to, so let's put that in our notes here. I think we could add it there. 1.3, you said, right?
1.1.
Just going,
1.1 for
I'm
me.
sorry, 1.1, okay.
Could I add that maybe it's adding like a lens to it? So saying that, this work happens, but as it happens, we're always looking in a culturally responsive way to ensure blah, 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 blah. Like it's a statement that says the objective is to do this, but also making sure it's within that culturally sensitive lens so that if it's a form and we're talking about people with vision disabilities, we're thinking about that. Because I want to say also, paperless can also be less access. Like if you go paperless, if I don't have access, then I could also, so I'm just saying maybe there's a way to have an objective and a lens, I don't know.
Can I offer a suggestion that might kind of speak to what you're saying? Is I like the idea of an objective to come up with a kind of a protocol where a guiding light in, because this is dealing, like I said, about the board administration. So a kind of guiding principles on the various aspects of the board and how we relate to those through a DEIA lens, which then, I mean, kind of we could lay out, when we're looking at exams, this is what we are looking at, but at the same time, here's some of the maybe steps we, almost like a separate strategic plan, kind of these are the things that we think would be good for that. And then it's something that we could incorporate as an objective when looking at everything we do. And that's something we could work on at a board level to evaluate, to make sure that we are, does that
Yes,
sound maybe?
thank you, Steve. I think that's right on point. And guiding principles, AKA language policy, you're just kind of putting it in the scope of our work. I'm looking at it as a best practice, but I like your choice of words because I think we could easily develop guiding principles based on all what we've all just said. I think that's a really good idea.
And then it would drive, looking at forms, looking at exams, looking at
It's awesome.
anything we do. And that's something that we can come back to when we're.
And let me just add what I want to say before we get lost, but I think that does capture our point here. I just wanted to add, when I look at from the environmental scan on goal 1, for me, the ask is accountability systems, right? To ensure operational efficiency, if we're looking at that. So I would add to 1.4 of your proposed objectives, something very specific. You say regularly evaluate. Okay, in my mind, having a, anyway. I would add something, and I'm just a recommendation, an internal audit of workflows to identify our redundancies and process inefficiencies. And, in other words, because I see what you're doing here. And if you're going to regularly evaluate that, my recommendation is just a way to do that.
But don't we get reported on that regularly about what the challenges are around staffing resources and demands? Isn't that something that every so often you report on and
Yeah,
talk about?
it doesn't say that though. It just says regularly evaluate. Again, I'm just like, you can do an internal audit. We could be specific by adding on what tool you're going to use to regularly evaluate and maintain
So
adequate staffing.
regarding 1.4, that was one I was actually going to suggest removing because it is something that happens regularly as like a day-to-day thing. Typically for your strategic plan, you don't want to include day-to-day tasks, which is why I was going to suggest maybe removing that one. But if the internal audit of workflows feels like something that's kind of like we'll start implementing this process of doing that, then you
It's
might
very
include.
specific.
Yeah.
right? It's very, and measurable.
But also, it sounds like you may already do those audits, maybe?
Correct, we
Okay.
do. I mean, and that's kind of the process with the BCPs and looking at staffing and stuff. You go through the audit process, the workflow and stuff. And we did go through organizational improvement with.
We see it, where do we find it? So it needs to be in the plan.
Well, what she's saying is, I mean, honestly, that's my responsibility. It's not even an objective. That's what I'm, that's where you're saying I report on, this is what we're doing. And so it is kind of one of those things where I know we put it in there, but it is usually in strategic plans for state. It's like, well, you should be doing that on a yearly basis or whatever. And
I will let
constantly,
it go and let someone else speak, but if they're from the environmental scan, if you're capturing that, we're doing what you're doing, but this is still coming up, we need to be more transparent with that. So I'll let it go.
I think to jump in on that though, about not removing it, is that a huge amount of feedback in the environmental scan has to do with our response times and processing times, and that is entirely related to staffing. And because, it's a large organization, it moves slowly, government moves slowly, adding staff gets done in a very lengthy, very evaluative process. So I think it's something that we need to keep on our radar, that this pursuit of making sure that we have the sufficient resources available to serve the customers that we're here to serve and licensees. I see some value, maybe not how it's worded here, but some value and focus on that. We're aware that there are some shortfalls in this area, although we have to work within the system that we're in.
In that case, we'll keep on 1.4. Go ahead.
And I just wanted to, I have just a very blunt topic. I think the transition to paperless process should be moved up. Because by the way, and we got raked over the coals in some of the comments. I mean, it was really I mean, if you look at the external stakeholder statistics, it is either evaluating us as poor or very poor in terms of processing times. And it's almost one standard deviation below the mean. So I think if you transition to a paperless process, it's going to take a hit out of our processing time. And I think that will help accessibility as well, particularly for people who are having to fill out paper forms, and it's going to reduce staff time as well. So that's what I'd say. I also think the conversation regarding equity and diversity really needs to happen. Mr. Huft is right. If you want us to integrate DEI, it should be integrated in really every single one of our goals.
I have a kind of a clarifying question. So just for my understanding, and you made reference to it very briefly, and I'm trying to just connect it a little bit here. So you mentioned action steps that are going to be tied
Correct.
to objectives. Is that correct? Specific objectives?
Yeah. Do you want me to explain it a little bit, or do you want to?
Yeah, because that might help me follow up with my next.
Yeah. So basically, that's the step that comes after strategic planning, where, you approve your strategic plan. These are all the, objectives that you want to focus on. And then Solid works with the staff to say, okay, this is, all the objectives that, the board says that they want to do. What are the tasks that you need to do in order to accomplish that objective? And there we say, okay, well, we have to do step 1 and then step 2 and step 3, and we detail those out. And this is just like, this isn't like a, typically action plans aren't public documents, but you can make it one if you want it to be. And then we provide the board with a tracker that they can use to mark off everything that they complete, when they completed it and when they completed it, because we set deadlines for those as well. So like if, for instance, one of your objectives is to update your website, right? Some of those steps might be, contact Office of Information Services, discuss with them on website layouts, include various links or whatever, right? And so we detail out each individual step and when those need to be accomplished by, and then staff use that tracker to say like, okay, we got this one finished or this one got delayed because of COVID or something. That happened to a lot of boards during COVID. And then it also has, that tracker has charts that tell you exactly, as the staff are updating it, this is how much of this objective we've completed, and this is how much of that goal we completed. And so I know some boards really like it. I know specifically Osteopathic Medical, I shout them out every time. Osteopathic Medical Board likes to show off their action plan tracker in their board meetings to show exactly where they are in terms of their strategic plan. And they actually finished a bunch of theirs early and decided to add new ones in for their length of their plan. And that's something that you as a board can also do with that tracker and kind of, keep yourselves accountable with that. And
Yeah, so you nailed exactly what my question and what comment was going to be is how do we monitor very specifically these objectives? And I would say, yes, absolutely, that should be very transparent, and we should be informed of that as part of this board for sure.
And I can say I've been melding over, and staff out there they're tired of me showing them the tracker, but honestly, I've already been working on tasks if these objectives are kind of okay with the board, and really trying to figure out how best to track that. And the tracker is nice.
Yay.
I'm hopefully going to use it. But yeah, that's where the tasks are items that will definitely will be brought to the board to say we've done this, and then definitely showing you the whole
Yeah,
as we're moving through the
because
process. So
as we're looking at the objectives, right, they're very abstract.
yeah,
Right. So I think it would help it certainly help me understand how are we actually operationalizing these objectives and measuring them against what they're listed up here. So I think that would help me a ton.
I have an idea. Under transition to a paperless process, could we have that done by within 1 year?
well, it depends on when you want to start that.
I thought it was ongoing. So, I mean, we've mentioned transitioning to a paperless process before. Can we complete that process in 1 year?
1 year would be pretty ambitious because it's not just us. We have to work with other various organizations within DCA, and they also have workload, but it is yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I feel like the deadlines might be something that
That's
I
kind
know
of
I
what-
keep saying like it might be in the action planning step, but that does sound like something that might be in action planning because something you might want to think about with the paperless processing, like Steve mentioned, working with a bunch of other people. Like when are you actually going to be able to, start that?
And I think that's the action planning part where then like when we get the objectives for that one, to actually sit down with management and myself to figure out, how's the fastest we can do it and in looking at those.
I think my frustration is that this is supposed to have been taken place. We've mentioned it before at previous board meetings, and we're now saying it's not going to happen for a year. So I understand the frustration of some of the external stakeholders when they say we should be transitioning to a paperless process. We have 140 comments, indicating that the licensing times are too long. All of the evidence in the environmental scan says that the licensing is taking too long probably because of our transition to a paperless process. So if we could put a timeline or a date somewhere in an action item or a proposed objective, I think that would be very helpful. Because we're looking at this data, which is telling us to do something, and we're not really doing it.
And that's where we come in with, like, we're talking about the action items. And that's where we could actually show you, like, here online, this is where we're at. Definitely with the registration applications. Our next step is to look at licensees. But that's where the action plan will come into step to keep task on for the staff level to say due date here.
Okay.
And then, because it's a matter of, especially with the online stuff, it's really not, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but it's a matter of not necessarily staff resources. It's outside of my control, but we are, we're getting closer to that. I know we keep telling, but yeah, this year, but that's what I'm thinking. It's probably better for us to then come and you can see, online, this is what online, we've already got it in the task chart that we're working on, but the various applications and when possibly we can get them on. We haven't put the dates down, but and then if the board is like, well, why is this going to take, we can have an explanation or we can look at it again to say, this is what, if that makes sense.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm going to go way back in time, but I'd like to go back to 1.1. I would like to propose a language change. I understand as an agency, we're working on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and we're putting it through that lens, but there is still always going to be implicit bias in that process. And that's why I think occasionally specific language will really help with this. And so for me, I'm wondering if some wording such as for 1.1, implement diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates to assess, update, and standardize inclusive DEI there's somewhere in there we put it that it's very specific that we're doing that. And also, this is a thing.
Sorry, real quick. Do you mind repeating that just a little bit slower?
Sure. So implement diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates to assess, update, and standardize all board forms to maximize clarity and improve user experience.
Okay.
That then gives us a ability to take action steps out of that are very specific and hopefully will catch a little bit of the bias that every single one of us is carrying.
So I'm going to add a little bit to here too, and I want to kind of it dovetails with John's comment about these, but so I'm looking again down here, and the objectives, according to the guidance that we've been given from this document, is that the objectives should be specific and measurable, right? The action plans, I look at this like a treatment plan, right? Your goals are like your marathon. You're running the long-term goal. Your objectives need to be very specific. Your action plan is effectively, these are the ways in which we're going to accomplish that objective. I'm not seeing anywhere in these objectives how these are specifically going to be measured. These still very much feel abstract to me. So like even taking this very first one that we just reframed, how are we assessed? Like what is the outcome? How are we measuring that outcome? I guess I'm a little bit disconnected between the objectives as written with all of these objectives in terms of how we're truly measuring these. Like what's the time frame on it? How do we know what we're measuring? And does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I kind of understand. So I'm going to use 1.1 as an example specifically, and with John's edits to that, how you would, this one is measurable because if you updated all those forms, that is something that is, measurable. Okay, we updated all these. Now we know that this task is complete, right? That's how you would measure that. I think that was it. The time frame is usually, once again, is usually in the action planning phase. And oftentimes that is because, delays happen. Sometimes something takes higher priority than the other one. So if you, put, within a year here, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot by locking yourselves too much in the actual strategic plan, because the strategic plan, if you want to make updates or edit it, has to go through board approval and motion voting on it. Whereas at least with the action plan, if things do get delayed or you finish something faster, that doesn't require any, motions or approvals and can just be changed really easily. So
Yeah, and I just want to make sure I understand because some of them do feel like that, but others don't feel like that in some regard. And so I'm just trying to understand how we're measuring some of these things because even then, like to assess and updates, like some of these we could say, sure, they're measurable, but others may not necessarily, at least for me, I'm not kind of seeing that here.
you can kind of think of like it that everything that's in the strategic plan as far as your objectives, you want completed by the time the strategic plan is done. Not necessarily, by 2027 or as long as it gets done by the end of the strategic plan. So if this strategic plan is 4 years, it'd be what, 2030? So by 2030, you want that's your deadline to complete all of these. So you can kind of think of it that way.
Okay.
And I kind of look at it, my gut, this is kind of like I'm looking at it, this is my mandate now in a way. And so, because I have to manage everything to get this done. And so, where was I going with that? I was going with that somewhere.
Cool.
Trying to think, where was I going to go with that? So yeah, it is kind of, I believe I've been looking at these objectives and we've been going over it. And in my belief is that although they might seem a little nebulous, they are all measurable. So
I'm going to push back. a
And
little.
also, just to help Steve out a little bit, every time we get an executive report,
Sure.
the strategic plan update is in there and it shows us what's been taken action on since last we think, what's accomplished, what's still to be done. So there are places where we are getting that information. And I just think that's important to recognize too.
And just as a side note, I mean, that is my goal with this one. We currently have that strategic plan that we present. I want to present a more, thanks, Annette Metzman getting on me on that stuff. So no, but you encouraged me to give more detail for you so that you can actually see not only the things that we've accomplished, but I think it would be good once we get the objectives down to be able to show you, here are some of the steps we're looking at. Here's some of the dates that we're looking at. And then, that can be up in the discussion during the board. If you see a date that you're like, why the heck are they saying it's going to take 4 years? We can have that discussion and we can kind of figure out, work on it.
So when I gave my suggestion for the verbiage, something happened here that is a very specific thing that I am trying to push back against. I specifically read out all 4 parts of that, and you went for the DEIA. I actually do not want that to be the language I'm offering for this. I actually wanted to say diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
I was just to kind of comment on that. For this part, we do kind of just, shorthand things. But when it comes to the actual strategic plan, I do spell out all those objectives. So in your actual plan, that would say diversity, equity, inclusion, but just, for sake of ease.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's a very important thing for
Yes.
me right now because DEI has become a buzzword.
Yes.
These words individually have more meaning. So
Yeah.
it's very important to me to do
Yes.
that. Thank you.
So just on the PowerPoint, it'll be acronyms. I know you guys had lunch at 12 and we are past 12. Did you want to break now or do we want to continue with this power through this objective or not objective goal area?
Staff need a
Break for lunch. People are hungry.
We're fine. Let's finish one maybe if we can.
Okay, so let's finish this goal 1 and then we'll take a break.
Okay. Okay, so we're good on 1.1? Yes? Okay. For 1.2, the only suggestion I had for this was to, instead of just transition to paperless process, and also it sounds like we're gonna switch this in order. I made a note for that.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll withdraw my request.
Implement online applications to advance the board's record digitization efforts. But we can strike that if that does not sound appropriate or.
I think I wanted to I'm including in that too. We have a lot of archive stuff and really cleaning up that. So it's keeping us on and not only to a paperless process online, but also a paperless process in-house.
Okay.
Is kind of where we were going with that objective.
Maybe transition to paperless processes for both applications and internally.
and applications and, yeah, internally, I guess.
I have a question.
It's not just application, so it's changing address. I think it needs to be external facing or stakeholder or, because it's not just applications that
It's not,
can be paperless, yeah.
it's, yeah, it's not
Or
just
maybe
applications.
for all external and internal documents? No? And
How
then-
about just external and internal? We'll take out the word all because that can't be a guarantee because of confidentiality and stuff like that on some things. Can we also consider paperless and accessible processes?
Thank you. That's what I was going to say as well. I
thank
think
you.
accessibility needs to be a part of that.
Okay, so we have transition to a paperless and accessible processes for external and internal, for both external and internal processes.
I mean, I think we don't mean like,
The
'cause
external
some things
process.
require and lend themselves to an online format, not everything,
Yeah.
right? So can we build in some flexibility for the stuff that needs to be paperless? Something
For-
achievable, I guess, because if the goal is, or the objective is to do everything, like how do we make it
Yeah, I
achievable,
mean,
right?
Attachment behaviors.
I mean, maybe you guys can wordsmith that, so it's.
Yeah.
We don't need to do
I'll
that.
think, yeah, okay, let me.
Attachment B. Let me go back. Item 6.
Where applicable?
Oh, that's what it is. I was looking at the wrong thing. Thanks.
Okay. Does that look okay or no?
There we go.
Everyone's hungry, so. Okay. And then 1.3, we have create language protocol to guide communication processes. The only suggestion I had here was to change it to enhance stakeholder communication for improved timeliness and experience, although we did add culturally competent in here.
Should we go with culturally responsive?
Yeah, we did, because we changed that in the mission statement, so that is a good catch.
And then I just had a question here, because
Mhm.
the way this reads right now to me is that the objective is to create the protocol, and I think the protocol is a part of updating the whole communications process, so I don't want to kind of lose that. The protocol will sort of guide that update, but I don't want to lose the need to actually then go through and still do the update that's needed too, so. I think it's just a wordsmithing thing. I think that's.
Yeah.
My guess is that's what we all intended.
Steve, question for you. Internally, do you already have language protocols?
We don't have anything written necessarily, but no, some.
So that would be no. Thank you. I just didn't know we were ready to move to adopt versus create. So, or maybe it should say create and adopt since it's a 4-year plan.
Well, yeah, create and adopt would be, yeah.
Do we want? So as far as language protocol works, it's kind of like a weird phrase. And something that we do want to try to keep in mind is plain language. That way, if anyone looks at the strategic plan, they can kind of understand your intent. Does creating a communication plan to address these issues sound a little bit more feasible, or create and implement a communication plan?
I'm gonna say it makes more sense to me than protocol. I
Okay.
mean, honestly.
Protocol kind of makes it sound like you're robots.
I mean,
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say Dr. Walker, because that's more your expertise area, so I would rely on you for that, yeah.
processes. Okay. All right, and then we wanted to keep 1.4, so we're good there. Lastly, for 1.5,
Before you move on, with 1.4, are you going to incorporate some of my thoughts, or what you think about that? Or you leaving it the way it is? Are
we
we going
have
to wordsmith or what?
conduct internal audit of workflow to identify inefficiencies there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You
And
you
then-
captured it. Because that's really task, it's a task.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, and then 1.5, the only suggestion I had was to just break this up into 2 separate objectives. The first one being to review and update those procedural manuals. And then the second one is to establish the centralized digital repository for those manuals. Yeah, okay, so we'll separate those 2. Oops. And then we have the one extra one that Board Member Huff came up with, which we started to capture some notes on the next slide, so we can go back to that real quick. Okay, and this was equity impact with a DEIA policy. So the issue topic was equity impact. And then Tricia wrote down the why address it to assess equity impact of the work being done. Desired outcome would be to see measurable DIA outcomes. And so the last part of that, how is the board going to be able to solve or address this? And also, do any of those things that we wrote there sound accurate? Yeah. And so how is the board going to be able to address this issue? Any ideas?
So, and sorry. Quick question. So would something like develop assessment tools to measure diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility outcomes? Or is that an action item?
No, that would be.
It would be an
that
action
would-
item, but we do kind of capture it here.
But turning it into a goal area, an objective.
Okay, so develop assessment tools. Yeah.
And I'm throwing that out as an idea, open and welcoming feedback.
And- No. And, oh, no, I just have a question. So just, so I can, measure that and direct and figure and come up with tasks. What, as in the work being done? That's clear. Does that mean? I'm trying to, everything we do, like, or is it hiring staffing to forms to exams? Language or
access?
more?
I think to Chair Strack's point earlier, this is a large organization and you oversee exam pass rates, regulation, policy, operational changes, processing times. And I think when I'm imagining an equity impact report, I'm imagining an assessment overseeing across groups how these different populations are experiencing these policy changes, pass rates, et cetera, right? That is, it would not make sense to put that under a licensing goal because that's broader than licensing. Education because it's broader than education, right? It's the entire board's operations and procedures. And if I don't want to pigeonhole it into identifying one specific outcome because we are constantly trying to weigh disparate benefits and consequences on a huge variety of outcomes.
Yeah, I know, that makes sense. What about the idea of that establishment? Because I like for legislation and regulation, um, I know part of the board training is that's like as you're going through the process, you need to take these individuals and you need to take everybody into your thought process when you're deliberating for when you're looking at legislation and such. That's what I was thinking of the establishing a protocol because, like you said, it is large. It's through the whole organization and whatever we do establishing protocol and I guess the protocol we were talking about earlier of when our eyes are looking at legislation, this is what we need to take into consideration. When we're looking at exams, this is what we need to take into consideration. It doesn't necessarily, and then I have to figure out like what the actions are. But I mean, establishing that protocol, I think would assist and it's measurable. Um,
Perhaps that it would be a different objective entirely than what
Okay.
I'm suggesting. I'm not opposing that, though.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think what comes up for me in that is a question of like resources, like who's going to do that work. It- That's what I was asking Steve, like is within the structure of DCA, is there a group that does this? Is there a group that does these assessments? And it doesn't sound like there is. And so this would require, and it doesn't sound like this capacity is present within existing staff and structures of DCA. So this would involve some external entity, probably at some amount of resources to do. So I guess that's just a question for us to consider, that this is probably a resource issue too. So
Yeah.
sorry.
And
Dr. Walker has wanted to talk for a while, and I think I jumped
Well, of
ahead of you,
course.
so I'm sorry.
Oh, you're going to me?
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
thank you. What comes up for me is, and I love this addition, Board Member Huff, I do appreciate this. And again, what I'm hearing in the cross exchange is the idea of a framework. We can create a framework. There are crossovers, there are handoffs within departments that folks aren't aware of. If you develop, it doesn't have to be overblown. I could help you with this. Very streamlined, straightforward, just creating a basic framework would cinch this.
Can I clarify really quick though? We do have an actual DCA. Marlon's on it. The DEIA committee. They don't necessarily do the evaluations and such, but they are looking at considerably looking at like the how we operate administratively, and I think more than that actually too. But how we can increase our DEIA lens. So they are doing work on that, but not into that perspective. Yeah. No, the actual like studies and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. No.
No, I mean, that's what I was going to say. We have a DCA has a DEI steering committee, and there's a DEI compliance and equity person. I mean, this is precisely what that steering committee kind of is there for. It's to evaluate our equity and the policy effects upon DEI and inclusion communities and see how our policies are working out. So, I mean, this seems to be an opportunity for the steering committee to stretch its legs. And maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, that's fine, but we could at least reach out to them.
What I like about that is it is administrative. It's falling under the umbrella of which we're speaking or addressing at this time. If it's under Steve's purview. I'm just looking at what you say you do, your role in this.
Okay. Hopefully we captured everything. I did ask Tricia to add collaborate with the DCA DIA steering committee. And then this is something that we can refine offline with Steve. But if we kind of captured the main objective or main ideas for this objective.
Yeah, I guess I just want to check in one last time with Board
Yeah.
Member Huft about whether, I mean, maybe there's an ideal goal and there are some interim goals, and
Yeah.
is this going in the direction of what you originally intended, or have,
Well, I think I would echo Board Member Sovek's earlier comments that I am not particularly interested in compromising on a goal to have some lesser version of it. I don't think a framework is what I'm asking. I think it's helpful. I think I'm asking for a clear audit of measurable outcomes that we say that we are engaging in already or that we will be doing. I'm not terribly clear why we're not able to produce some sort of data suggesting we've done what we have done. But in terms of an overarching framework, sure, I think that's beneficial. It's sideways from what I'm asking though. It's not it's not really connected.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up. But so the internal audit, so that's under 1.4, which is what we spoke to earlier. So again, a framework is a
that's-
plan, an audit is something that's measurable. Go ahead.
That's a little bit different. Oh.
I think, so as terms of 1.4, I think as an audit for that is an audit of the processes. However, what Board Member Huft is mentioning is an audit of those, yeah, and like,
How it's
it
affecting
is
the
kind of an
actual-
audit of the processes, but it's for a different intent. It's to look for, are things equitable?
I mean,
I think I captured. Okay, great. In that case.
So then I guess we'll leave it to you then to work out some more specifics of how that can be
Mhm.
developed into a achievable and measurable objective for this plan. Okay, we'll leave that to you guys.
Okay.
then.
Oh, all right. And then, okay, so if we're good with this goal area, in that case, we can move on to public comment for this section and then a break.
Okay, and then lunch break, yeah.
Okay, then we'll look for public comment in the room first before we go online. Do we have any? I know we have mostly staff here,
Yeah,
so
no.
seeing no in-house audience members wishing to comment, moderator, would you open up online comments for this particular goal?
Absolutely. WebEx, now is the time for people to raise their hands to make public comment. You can do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. So I think we'll be looking for a lunch break now. Steve, how long?
We have to go for an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say we'll be back at 1:45, just round it up a little bit.
Perfect.
Okay.
That
All right,
is-
we'll be back at 1:45.
Hello, this is the moderator. I want to thank everyone for your patience. We'll get started as soon as possible.
Paw Patrol.
Good afternoon. We're back in session, continuing with item 6, the strategic planning session. Since we're coming back from lunch, we're going to reestablish quorum. So Christina, would you call the roll?
Becca Thies,
Present.
Eleanor Uribe,
Present.
Justin Huff,
Present.
Kelly Ranasinghe,
Present.
Wendy Strack,
Present.
Dr. Nicholas Boyd,
Present.
John Sovek,
Here.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Present.
Lorez Bailey.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And we'll turn it back over to you two, but I know, and I think maybe some board members have shared this as well, but just universally over lunch, we're just excited and grateful for you to be here and thankful for all of the support you're offering us. And you guys are doing a great job walking us through this. I know some of these are difficult topics, but we just appreciate your time and thoughtfulness and your support on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so as you can see, the next goal area is licensing. Licensing statement, establish licensing standards to protect consumers and allow reasonable and timely access to the profession. If you have the environmental scan and you're following along, it's on pages 10 to 15 where you'll find the summary, but we also have a summary slide of the weaknesses. And so those green check marks just represent items that have been addressed by objectives already suggested by board staff, and you'll get a chance to look at them just like you did in the previous goal area. All right, so here we have the board staff's suggested objectives, starting with the first one. Develop and enhance online tools and guidance documents to support applicants and registrants in navigating the licensure pathway. And we had a suggestion for wording that a little differently, and that is improve website tools and resources to support applicants and registrants. So just another way to say the same thing. You can just let us know if you have a preference or if you have something new to add.
Could you lean a little closer into your microphone?
Sorry, is that better? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so Sarah has typed an alternate way to word objective 2.1. Let us know what you think, or if you'd like to add verbiage of your own.
Go ahead.
So in looking at understanding when we're using websites, there are certain requirements of how the state does websites and the templates they use. Is this also going to be able to include some of the legally required ADA accessibility information? And should we be putting that in this idea of improving the website to include that kind of compliance?
Okay.
I don't know if we're required or if it's already built
We are
into the
required.
templates they're using.
We are required to have ADA, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And then in the same development question, since we are trying to look at diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility conversations, is part of that improving the website also, do we need to put that in there as improved website tools and resources, embracing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility? Because we might want to start looking at having multiple language sources on there. We might want to look at creating, looking at font sizes, things like that would include that. So is that something that should be put in there specifically to talk about including that in the website development?
John, but Steve, before you jump in, I kind of was thinking about this over lunch, just in general. It seems like we have a, universal desire to see the DIA principles integrated into the language throughout these objectives. And so would it be easier, for the sake of time today, to just sort of provide a single direction of we want that lens to be used to revise all of the language in this document so that it reflects that lens and that focus that the board wants to see. So then we're not sort of wordsmithing through the rest of the document, or I just trying to think for the sake of time, if there's sort of a universal desire to see that lens applied across the document, if that would make things simpler today, but just throwing that out there, food for thought.
And I will say that what we're doing today is a draft, and you will see it again and have the opportunity to make changes before you approve it. So just know that as well.
So is our chair's suggestion that this would become the lens with which all of these objectives are written would then be reframed into that, or is providing specific guidance right now going to keep us more on track?
Well, I'm sorry, a little brain fade there. I'm like, what was I going to say? I like what Wendy said, and what we could do possibly is, and I think it actually, I don't know if it was in the last strategic plan, but have that as like I'm going back to the thing of saying it's like a guiding principle of here's our strategic plan, mission, vision, and our, this is what our actions on the strategic plan are going to take into account to ensure that we're looking at all these with a certain lens.
May I respond?
Yes.
So question then for your side of the organization, we came in after the last set of strategic plans and actually had an entire session where we went through every objective and rewrote them to include diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility wasn't on the board at that time, but we also did that. So we were asked, we held a special session to rewrite the previous goals to include that specific language. So if we were doing it then, and these are our framework questions and it's not here, I'm not comfortable saying, well, we have an overarching intention to include this. I think that's kind of a coulda, shoulda, woulda, kind of, sorta approach versus being very specific and saying we want this language in there. And also reflecting that you came to us, 2 years ago, and we had to rewrite all those goals and put that specific language in.
Yeah, I guess the question.
It's really the ones.
I think the question is, I think it's clear that we want that language woven into each individual objective where it makes sense, right? So is that something that you guys feel like you have a sense of the general desire of the board to see that? Do you feel like you have what you need, or do you need us to continue to provide that as we go through this process?
I think we have what we need. I know there's been kind of, since the DIA supplemental, I guess back then it was just DEI, the supplemental, and now there's been some changes in our process on how to implement those. And trying to figure out how to phrase it. The direction has been, not direction, but like it's kind of been almost like this, so DIA is in your values, and it's kind of implied within some of these objectives already. However, that may not be enough if you feel that's not enough, and specifically calling it out might be more preferable. But I do think I agree that for sake of time, knowing to go back to these and implement more language specifically calling out diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility specifically in these objectives would be helpful. But I made myself a note to tweak that in the language afterwards.
Yeah, it seems like I don't want to, if I'm ahead of myself, please jump in, but it seems like the preference of the board is to see that language interwoven within each objective rather than an overarching statement. And so
it may not necessarily be in every single objective, just because
where it makes sense.
Yeah. There has been some issues where, and maybe some other programs, they just threw it in and it didn't necessarily apply. So it kind of felt, performative. But so we want to make sure that we're including that language, intentionally in that where it actually, applies and is appropriate.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far ahead of my board members, so if I'm speaking out of turn, you can jump in and correct. So, okay.
I just have a question further this. I totally agree with you. And I'm wondering, is there depending on how this looks, is there an opportunity at each area, at the top of each area to say, this work will be done with a lens for diversity, equity, and inclusion and what's the A? The other-
Accessibility.
Accessibility, sorry. We're all come back from lunch. But can that be like really positioned in each area? So instead of in each objective,
Perhaps maybe the goal areas, and we don't have to, like the goal area definitions, we don't have to necessarily tweak these today, but maybe that's something that we can apply more of that language there. So it's, you know, when you're thinking about licensing, we are also thinking about, you know, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
right, so you're pulling it out and you're honoring it at the top of each goal area so that it's there. And then I think the accountability comes, so when we come and you're telling us about a new online tool, we're able to say, okay, can you talk to us about how you took into consideration all these different populations? How did you make sure it was accessible so that maybe it's not quantified in that way, but it gives us an opportunity when we see things or we're getting updated to come back and say, how did you pull DEIA out of this at the top of this objective and tell us, you know, when you were looking at application fees, for example, how does that contribute to having that lens?
Right. Thank you. So with that, yeah.
I think we might be ready to move on that
Okay.
point, I guess.
So for 2.1, did anyone prefer the suggested language or do people want to keep the original language?
Can I ask something?
I think they're changing the wording.
What do you, when you say improve website tools and resources to support applicants and registrants, that seems like a very amorphous goal. Could you provide some clarification on what that is?
Yeah. First of all, the online tools, various ways to help them first to navigate the online through making more FAQs more pronounced, and that kind of goes in line with online with the website redesign. But looking at possibly utilization of chatbots to be able to find the answers, not chatbots, closed systems on our system, not providing therapy or anything, but yeah, to navigate the online and navigate our website and to get FAQs in for the guidance documents, more FAQs, more, you know, things that would help somebody understand the whole pathway through licensure.
Okay, so I suggest we add to the proposed objective, improve website tools and resources to support applicants and registrants by navigating the website and improving efficiency toward licensure.
You can also use the wording that's actually in the environmental study that says accessible, clear, and concise
Yeah,
information.
there we go.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just for navigating, it's also just guidance documents that we would actually post online too. So I want to make
But it sounds like that piece of navigating the licensure pathway is an important part of this because this is
Yeah.
about helping people become licensed
And-
therapists.
And that was a comment, if I recall correctly, to provide accessible, clear, and concise information. And ensure, well, somewhere navigation should be in there, so I'll just let you wordsmith it.
Okay. We have the navigation. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll move on to 2.2, reduce average processing times for as license and registration applications by leveraging technology and staffing efficiencies.
What does leveraging technology mean in this?
Finding ways to use technology, different technology or applications, or looking at Breeze and making sure that it works the best we can, and kind of leveraging any technological thing we can use to help the process, if that makes sense.
And we do have a suggested rewrite for that where we say, instead of leveraging, optimizing. I don't know if technology, I don't know if that feels like it'd be easier to understand.
Well, I guess my question on if we take out the staffing piece, Steve, maybe you can speak to what you've been doing with the staff and the cross training. So is that what you mean by the staffing efficiencies?
Correct. Looking at efficiencies, yeah, for
So
either cross-training or, different, yeah, a whole bunch
different
of
ways to go
different
about that.
ways to look at
Temporary
efficiencies.
staff, all that.
Temporary staff, change the process, kind of looking at that too.
Okay, so we probably want to leave in something about that staffing work that you're
Think so.
doing. Yeah,
I would
if we could
appreciate
leave in some reference to that.
Okay, I just put it back to what it was before.
Like,
Right, and I did see a green
yeah, it's
go
not a green
forward. So
document.
do people agree with the? Yes. Okay, we're seeing, okay, so on to 2.3. Assess application fees for equity, transparency, and supporting long-term fiscal solvency. How do people feel about that? And we, again, have another, oh, I see a green go forward. Oh. All right, and then we have 2.4, update and streamline the licensure requirements to increase accessibility to the profession while strengthening consumer protection.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So this is to kind of capture, some of these items are to capture the work that we're currently doing that is not complete. And so this is really, most of the goals under, or the task items under this would be looking at the LMFT education requirements and all the education requirements for our license types, to look at the language and see what the current requirements are, and, where we can actually either make them clearer and understandable so people can understand, or if there's changes we can make to actually help people, make it easy, not easier, more accessible into the profession. So it's work that we're currently doing to look at those education requirements. Also, now it's the exam part I was looking at, but yeah, another one.
How does streamlining the licensure requirements strengthen consumer protection?
Well, while strengthening, we want to streamline it, but we want to ensure also that we are not limiting or not reducing the consumer protection. So we're looking at while strengthening consumer protection. So that's why it was with the with we put on there. Streamlining doesn't necessarily, does that make sense?
It does. I'm not, why are we double barreling that? It's like those seem,
I think,
why not just have a strengthened consumer protection objective?
You didn't streamline.
Because if we can just add while strengthening consumer protection to anything.
Well, I think there's, I don't want to jump ahead, but I'm on the licensing committee or workforce development.
Workforce development.
I think the thought is there's layers of consumer protection, not just sort of the regulatory side, but even expanding the pool of therapists, making it, streamlining that process, getting more qualified therapists into the system faster is also another layer of consumer protection by increasing access and increasing availability of resources. I don't know if that's kind of how I read it, but Steve, I know I
No,
jumped
that's
in
okay.
ahead of you, so I'm sorry.
No, that kind of clarifies what we're.
Maybe it's while continuing to strengthen.
And I think there's that sensitivity that we're not dropping all the rules in order to get more therapists through. So making sure that the public is aware that we're not doing streamlining for the sake of streamlining and then putting consumers at risk in the process. So I think maybe there's a better way, more artful way to say it, but I think we don't want the consumer protection piece to get lost in the streamlining.
Yeah. I mean, it could be while maintaining strong consumer protection or. I mean,
Okay, we're still on 2.4, correct? I don't want to get ahead of you. Okay, so my comment will build on the increasing accessibility.
Okay.
When I see that and I'm looking at the weaknesses from the Sunset Review report, I don't see where we've addressed the bullet point evaluate interstate compacts. So I just wanted to weigh in on that a little bit. At the heart of everything, with our workforce subcommittee and that we're looking at the workforce impact and licensing trends, correct? Now, the best practice is for us to look at what other states are doing, right? So in line with that thinking, my recommendation would be to conduct some periodic benchmarks to identify some licensing trends and its workforce impact that may serve, reading my own notes, that may serve to recommend regulatory or process adjustments based on those findings. So again, I know Roseanne and her team and you all are already looking at what other states are doing. That is quality work. So just to build on that, let's look at creating some benchmarks and bringing that to the fore, transparency, stakeholders and everything, and see what we can do with those findings.
I just have a quick question to clarify. Is your benchmarks idea about the interstate compacts note?
I am building on the idea of us looking at what other states are doing.
Okay. But about the interstate compacts specifically, right? Is it that bullet
So
point?
I'm just building on that. Yeah, that guys and yeah.
Okay.
Not the compact. I know that's totally different. Yeah. So I'm not, let me be perfectly clear. Go ahead. Thank you. Safety first, safety first. No, thank you, Board Member Huff. Yeah, I'm not focusing on the compact at all. I'm building on the concept of us taking best practices and by learning what other states are doing.
So we do have a objective further on in the legislative area. I believe it's still there. And it's continuously evaluate emerging professional and industry trends and proactively implement regulatory or legislative updates to ensure clarity, effectiveness, and consumer protection. And I think that's kind of what we were looking at.
Great
in that.
minds think alike.
So,
Okay. So where is that?
that is in the legislative and leg and reg.
Okay. Well, good. I
section.
just want to make sure we're addressing. Wonderful. Thank you, Steve.
And that's kind of looking at all the, not only kind of the industry trends that will include looking at the AI, looking at possibly the psychedelic therapy,
Right.
but also, things that are going on in other jurisdictions and
So-
major points.
In keeping with that, then, again, 2.4, though, we're looking at accessibility. So we're looking at licensing trends and the workforce impact and things like that. So maybe what I'm suggesting can kind of be, I still think we could add something here. If not, it's okay too. What do you think?
So Dr. Walker, Sarah typed out what you were recommending in the notes section of that slide so that we captured what you said, and we can revisit it when we get back to the laws and regulations portion. Yeah. Are we okay with what 2.4 says now? Does it look good? I'm seeing green. Okay. So that is the objectives that the board staff came up with. Did anyone have any objectives for this licensing goal area that they feel were missed that they'd like to add? All right, I'm seeing green, so I think that means we get to go to the next goal area.
All right, so now we're going to move on to examinations. And in your environmental scan report, those are going to be on pages 16 through 21. And we've got the goal area description here. As we move to the next slide, these are the weaknesses that were addressed in the environmental scan and also some from the Sunset Review report. And once again, the check marks indicate ones that we felt that the objectives that staff came up with were kind of already addressed. And if we move down to those suggested objectives, we'll start with the first one, which is reviewing exam eligibility timing to identify opportunities to streamline the pathway to licensure. And the only suggestion that we solid have for this one is instead of improved timeliness, we thought reduced delays would be a little bit more appropriate here. Sound good? Yeah.
Yeah, the timeliness word there, I got stuck on that too, because it's,
No,
I think it's bigger than just the timeline or the process, where I think we were looking at like accessibility and outcomes. And so the point in moving, in allowing that earlier was for a whole host of reasons. And I feel like timeliness or delays alone doesn't really quite capture that. So
We didn't do public
I
comment on
don't know
that
if
one.
outcomes or accessibility or I'm not
Just
exactly
effective
sure
or-
what the right word is there, but anybody else? Sorry.
And then real quick, I realize we forgot to do public comment on licensing. So do we
Somebody-
want to jump back real quick?
Somebody should tell the chair that she's not doing her job.
Sorry.
It's the post-lunch like haze a little bit. Okay, so we'll go back to goal 2 and we'll do public comment in the room. Seeing none in the room, moderator, would you open the online comments?
WebEx is taking public comments on all of Goal 2. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, now back to
Okay, back to examination. Thank you. All right, moving on to 3.2, we had,
so you on 2.3.1, will you kind of wordsmith
oh
that
yes,
a little bit
reduce
more?
delays.
I'm not sure if reduced delays is quite
Oh,
right either. Kelly, were you gonna say something on that? Oh, okay.
so we want to keep improved timeliness then?
No.
Or-
Okay, maybe I'm the only one with questions. It just doesn't feel quite right, but is outcomes the right word?
Matter of really, it's to.
Or reduce barriers?
It's not really even I
Okay.
think we considered streamline because currently right now, he gained the 3,000 hours and then you have to apply for licensure and then you have to, once you get that done. So it's streamlining it by, the concept that we originally proposed was, let's say, this is not what I think we proposed this before, but 1,500 hours, you can get into the clinical exam, still collect your hours while you're taking the exam. So it really kind of just, it streamlines, shortens the timeline to shorten. I mean,
I think that seems like improve outcomes for candidates because they're moving to licensure faster, right?
if they move, I mean, some might not. That's,
I mean, yeah, I see your point.
Or should we just end the sentence at licensure? Licensure?
Yeah.
Is the rest of the sentence not necessary, that we're just reviewing exam eligibility timing to identify opportunities to streamline the pathway to licensure? We don't have to,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
that is
I mean,
enough.
That's, yeah.
Okay. All right, in that case, good? Okay. And 3.2, and it sounded like we did have some comments on 3.2?
I have comments on 3.2. So here's my concern, and it kind of gets back to what John was saying. One of the external stakeholder comments in the environmental scan was, exam questions are misleading, classes subjective, outdated, use unclear languages, don't represent diverse viewpoints and cultural backgrounds, have racial and gender biases. And in 3.2, the objective that was proposed to the board today is enhance recruitment of subject matter experts to expand and diversify the pool supporting board and national examination development. That doesn't seem to jive with the external stakeholder information that was in the environmental scan, because the purpose of subject matter experts, if you're looking toward exam development, is to ensure that the exam is incorporating diverse viewpoints and non-classist language and is accessible and equitable. So somehow that the concern, which is a legitimate one in exam development, should get into 3.2.
I hear what you're saying. I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of the wording. It's more of a broader than just the subject matter experts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that what our exam developers are doing to
Yeah.
work, just because it's on the mind, like AMF 30B, they do, and they make sure, first of all, that, subject matter experts have DEIA training, then they have the diff analysis, or just as an example. So it's like ensuring that we have tools that are trying to work towards a, less biased exam.
I mean, yeah, exactly,
So-
because this was one of the stakeholder comments. And if you look at the trends, part of it was comprehensive exams, overall satisfaction, and fair exams. And this goes directly to the stakeholder comment. And the objective which Solid came up with deals with national exam development, and that doesn't seem to address the very specific concern that is here, when you're using subject matter experts. So anyway, that's my point. I think this section would need to be wordsmithed a little bit better.
I guess my question kind of related to that is, do subject matter experts, are they part of the development of these national exams? That's they are.
Yeah.
From every state
from-
they're represented, or just
Depending on what
California?
exam, but yeah, for national exams, all states and stuff, yeah.
For every national exam or only some national exams?
For all national exams.
All
yeah.
national exams, they sit on those.
They try
Okay.
to get a sample as much, yeah.
Okay.
And the greater the pool, the better you can, the more choices you have, so.
Okay.
So I think this was an objective that I'll say I created. So yeah, whatever.
I didn't mean to call you out,
No,
Steve.
I wanted to take blame for it. I didn't want Solid to take blame for it. But I think it's a good point. Looking at it a broader, as in, on not necessarily just ongoing review, but support for working with whoever it is, whether it's OPS or whether it's the national exam. There's a way to, I think,
Consistent with public protection, I think you can wordsmith that a little better, because our purpose is not national exam development to the extent that we are using national exams. That's their purpose. Our purpose is public protection, and looking through this with the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So for this one, we did have like a suggestion. It's more just kind of moving things around in there. But we have enhanced recruitment efforts to build a broader, more diverse pool of subject matter experts for exam development. And I have two questions on this with the discussion now. The first one being, I know, Steve, you mentioned that the subject matter experts are for the national exam, but is the recruitment that the board does for subject matter experts apply to national exam development, or just
Well,
kind
we
of?
have I mean, we and OPS do for our exams that we create, but then the national exams, we can support them. We always do in the recruitment of that.
Okay.
When they go out to get new recruits, we can definitely do more of a concerned effort to that too, to help them. But yeah, I mean, it's
Okay. I think
we have a part in that.
maybe taking national out just so it
Just
doesn't.
exams?
Yeah, just exam development. And then my second question would be, it kind of sounds like maybe to specifically address that, I think it's number 5 in the environmental scan, maybe putting at the end of that suggested one, so enhance recruitment efforts to build a broader, more diverse pool of subject matter experts for exam development to address biases in the exams. Is that something that we want to specifically call out in?
I think you should, I think since it's been called out to us, I think we should call it out, certainly.
In 3.2, can you change the word enhance to improve? Because
yeah, we could do that.
It's totally different than improve.
That's true.
Yeah.
I thought you just suggested the word broaden. When you read, I thought you said broaden.
Improve, broaden.
Oh,
Yeah.
to build a broader, more diverse pool of subject matter experts?
Yeah, I don't even have.
Oh,
it.
yes, we did
I don't
suggest
even
that.
have that on my sheet. Okay.
Oh, that's the one that we're
I don't
suggesting.
have a screen.
Oh, no.
I can't see. Okay, so I was listening to you. Thank you. So I was listening to you. Do you mind reading it again?
Yeah, and I can read it slower too, because sometimes I speak fast. Improve recruitment efforts to build a broader, more diverse pool of subject matter experts for exam development to address biases in the exams.
When I was reading number 5 in the environmental scan, I was just wondering if there are any other realistic objectives aside from the subject matter experts that could address that weakness. And I have no ideas to propose, but it does seem like something might be missing here. 3.2 is important, but is there something else?
Well, usually you use the subject matter experts to develop the exam, and really it sounds like the issue is the development of the exam is, as your stakeholders are saying, very biased. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer because I'm not as involved in,
Yeah,
the
no,
board
no,
and
yeah.
the exams.
I mean, it's kind of, we're talking about like we have our own exam development and the national ones do, I mean, they follow similar development steps per se, but they have additional things that they might do that we're not doing in OP with our exams right now. You know, the other thing is it's another goal, but also considering like alternative pathways or the way that the exam is constructed and what kind of questions are, what the timing. So there's a whole bunch of other areas that you can look at to see, not only to talk, not only necessarily for bias per se, but for other better, I guess, evaluations than we have. The discussion is on the standardized exams and are they, is there ways we can improve that? It's not really answering necessarily your question, going on a ramble here. Does that, looking at the bias though, yeah. I'm trying
Yeah, actually, it's probably a good call.
I'm not sure where my thought was going with that. So sorry. Yeah, I know.
So we did add one suggestion to 3.2, which was to say possible biases.
It's kind of I mean, because yeah, if you put out there that it is biased,
It's not possible. It exists.
We've actually had material presented that says the research shows it is biased. So us saying possible is just being polite, but it is biased. And that information has been presented to this board in an open public forum.
In that case, do we want to
But does there,
remove it?
yeah,
Oh.
I would say we should probably not we should probably not have it in our strategic plan, considering that the state is engaged in developing the exams. And even if there are, I mean, are we opening up the state to litigation by
That's the
putting
concern.
something
It's a good
like
point.
this in
That's the
a
concern.
public
I-
document?
I sort of want to talk to council about this.
They would probably say it would probably not. And historically, when like statements like that are kind of because it can open you up. I mean, you're then, next week we can get a call and, well, what are you going to do about your bias exams? Which we'll look at, and we definitely will. We're working on stuff, and we
Does-
want to work on stuff, but it might raise it to a higher level if we're stating that these are biased.
Does the is council there? Because, I mean, does the inclusion of the word possible constitute an affirmation or? Can you?
Oh, can you?
We can't hear you back there. Sorry.
She had the computer on, so she could speak.
Does the inclusion of the word possible in a strategic plan proposed objective constitute an admission?
The word possible does not,
Okay, and
but,
well, if we take it out,
right,
does that constitute an admission?
it may, you may want to err on the side of caution there.
That's it.
Would it be better to focus on improving outcomes or improve for, the
There are-
pools of applicants, right?
No, there are biases in the exams. That's true. And it's not consistent with our public protection mandate to not say it. And it would be minimizing the effect upon a marginalized community to not state it. So I say keep it in. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Possible bias.
I mean, remove it. Just say address biases in the exams.
Oh, wait.
That's my take, though. It's my sole take. If other board members disagree, it's up to them.
We have others that want to weigh in? I think
So
I'm uncomfortable with the potential risk of removing the word possible, but
I am too.
You mean including possible?
Yeah, can you say that again, Wendy?
I want to keep it in. I thought you were talking about removing possible.
I'm talking about removing it and to mitigate the risk, you would keep possible in.
Yes.
Well, why don't we just keep it completely safe and just take out to address possible biases in the exams completely? Everything else is an assumption. I mean, if that's the way we're leaning, then just take it all out.
And we can just end it at exam development.
Yep.
Okay. And you can mention biases in the action plan. All right, in that case, 3.2 look okay now?
Oh.
Yes, okay. All right, 3.3, conducting ongoing reviews of examination to keep current and consider alternative pathways. This was one that we suggested maybe removing just because it seemed like it was a routine task, but I know there was some talk about alternative pathways earlier, so maybe it might be something that we do want to keep.
I think I just need to pause and can you reorient me? Are we trying to be explicit in diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility language? Or are we not?
Gonna be the board's decision. I mean, that's
So
kind of
I
the
think
board's
we had
decision.
said that in the next, they're going to work on that and including more accessibility DEIA language, integrating that into the comments, and they'll bring that into the next draft rather than wordsmithing each one, but I'm
But
sorry.
the main concept of the objective, if that looks good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I apologize. We're removing bias because the whole end clause, as Member Stovik noted, because we're going to wordsmith that later into something else.
I think going back, we're back on 3.2, correct? I think the consensus for that was saying board members did not feel comfortable keeping in possible, and then other board members felt more comfortable keeping in possible. And so to kind of come to a consensus, it was decided to just remove the whole section and move the whole section about biases in general. And then that can be something that can be brought up in action planning to not,
Yeah.
open yourselves up to some sort of, but I
Yeah.
think Steve wants to say
Well, no,
something.
yeah, but you're saying it perfectly. I mean, either in action planning or when we report on these items, and then we can actually have those discussions in public, if we, from these action items, when we report on them, we can then, beyond looking at how to incorporate DI in the objective itself, that's something that we can always talk about at the board meetings when these items come up for discussion, the action items, which is going to be with staff bringing things to you about, we did this update, we looked at it, we looked at exams, or the national exam is doing this effort for alternative pathways. And then with, like I said before, we all need to operate under that DEIA lens. And that's a point we can, at that point when we're talking about those either policy decisions or updates that, may have something that is of interest and you have concerns about that, then bring those items up at the point. And I think with the risk, that's where you're talking about the risk of putting at least the bias, it puts us at somewhat of a legal risk, and but it's not like we can still, it's better to talk about those as we go through the policy decision-making process, or when we actually have board discussions. So I don't know if that makes sense.
It does, and I really sincerely apologize. I want to be able to have a clear, consistent narrative across this, and I'm really struggling with understanding what our narrative is. I was under the impression for the last 2.5 goals that we were trying to be as explicit as possible. Stovek says, why don't we just take the whole clause out? Which I heard, I don't know if he meant it as this, as what a ridiculous thing to propose. I didn't think we would actually do it. If we can't agree, why don't we get rid of the whole thing? I thought that's what he meant, but then we actually did. And I think I'm really confused. Are we or are we not foregrounding DEIA language?
Yeah, and I agree, because that's why, that's the point I was making, right? I mean, because we had this information and it wasn't in any way integrated into the objectives, right? So we have this stakeholder statement which says, here's all the problems in the exam that we are feeling, and it's not integrated into the objectives in any way. And so we're kind of having to formulate this objective now. So I propose that we just say, call it out. We know that the exams are biased. Maybe, maybe not our state exams, but we certainly know one exam is biased. We've sat in board hearings and heard the evidence. Public members and licensees and associates have come in and said, this is how the exam is biased. It's a very significant issue. And then I don't understand why we're not saying to address biases in the exams. I mean, and I understand the nature of wanting to protect the institution. That's a very natural thing to do. But our job's not the institution. Our job is public protection. And this is part of public protection. So, that's it.
I guess I think the point of doing this is to address sort of these inequities and outcomes,
Yeah.
right? So that there would be no point in having 3.2 if that wasn't a concern of ours. So are we restating the concern because we feel like we need to restate it again? I feel like these are conversations that have been had and would continue to be had. But then sort of what's the point in sort of introducing legal risk into this?
So this is not the hill I want to die on, and I really not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to understand what we're doing here. If that is the stance, then we should take out every mention of accessibility. We should take out mentions of diversity. We should take out all mentions and just say, like, we have an overarching goal. Let's not introduce ourselves to some sort of liability. Let's just say we're doing the best we can, and here are the things we're doing. If we want to have this ambiguous stance that gives us a lot of wiggle room and we can point to some overarching claim, then okay, that I think that makes our discussion a lot easier. This seems inconsistent with I think the last couple hours though of how we've been tailoring this.
I'd like to
agree
think there's
because-
some middle ground here
Right.
rather than we wordsmith every word in this document or we ignore all considerations of DEIA, and it feels like that's the energy that's coming from you right now. It's like, well, we either need to wordsmith it or we might as well just take it all out. And I think there's some middle ground here where we can recognize that there's improvements to be made, but maybe be careful in the words we choose, acknowledging that we are here to serve a variety of goals and needs here. But
I agree that it's confusing on the examination, and I'm just wondering if we can wipe it all out and have one objective. And that objective states that we are aware of the bias, that we are working to improve whatever it is, subject matter experts, examination, et cetera, and put all those things in one sentence and have one objective instead of 5 objectives that are all conflicting.
Okay, so Trisha is writing that down in the notes section. And then hopefully we can come back to this at a later point and kind of workshop it. But I think the point that we want to really focus on today is do the objectives that staff proposed more or less cover some of the weaknesses that were called out in the environmental scan? And are they appropriate for the board to do within the mandate of consumer protection? And 2, do you have the resources available to do that objective? Because that's the other thing that we do need to remember is the staff are going to be doing the work to do this. And so we have to, ensure that they have the available time and resources. Otherwise, you're going to continue getting complaints about timeliness.
Or goals that or objectives we won't be able to reach. But that being said, though, I want us to think really big, though. I don't want us to limit ourselves. I understand, incorporating the DEI into looking at each and every objective. I honestly think, really posing what the focus is for. You brought up. I'm going back to that. The procedures or some mentioning on examinations, having a thing that defines maybe what are we looking at as in a DEI lens at as an examination as an overarching kind of like view. And then we have objectives that don't necessarily state in exactly that it's a DEI in the actual objective, but we have, if we look at the goal 3 examinations, we can see DEI, this is kind of our, when we're focusing on examinations, this is what we are going to take into consideration when we are making decisions that, you know, that will affect candidates or the public or whatnot.
And I think to build on your point, once we get to the nitty gritty in assigning tasks, that's when the measurable data-driven feedback comes in after you've done the work. Then we have the benchmarks, we have the stats, we have the reports and everything, because you have the objective and then you have the task. So right now, we're just looking at the objective. We're only looking at half of the equation at this point.
You're pretty,
Yeah,
basically an
And the
overarching objective.
Diversity, equity, inclusion, and access, those tasks will answer some of the questions that are being presented today. But we don't have that
And
information yet.
one of those tasks may even be, you know, looking at one of the specific exams and determining, I know we've already said like, yes, it does have biases, but we'll just say, you know, for sake of argument, the step is to determine what biases are in that exam, and documenting that. And that can be a task that falls under that.
And that would be directions for, that's kind of like for, and that's kind of the direction for me and the staff to really, with that we're hearing here and having those, I think it would help though. And I like the idea of having some guiding principle of saying, here's not just, I know that I think we have DCA has stuff already and not just a guiding principle for overall, crafting something so that, you know, when we are looking at exams, we can kind of see not just overall, this is what you should look like, a DEIA lens. It's like, well, great. What about examinations? What are things that we can, you know, when we're looking at decisions on where to utilize our resources and for that, what is going to be the best that's going to, you know, improve our system, let me say, it includes everything, while at the same time ensuring that, you know, that equity and accessibility is there. And then we can, you know, when we craft those objectives, I mean, the actual tasks, those are things then a bigger discussion in committees, because a lot of these will be discussed in committees. If they're all, if you look at the goals, they kind of are all in committee work. So a lot of this stuff will get done in committee, talking about the actual, here's what we're looking at for some of the task items. Committee will review that and kind of give us feedback on that. So we have, just my thoughts. Take them with it.
All right, so it sounds like as far as 3.2 goes, a lot of offline workshopping on that one. And we'll come back to that one offline. But I do want to kind of keep us on track because we do only have today to work on this. I would hate to make you guys have to schedule another board meeting to work on this. So if we are okay to live with it, it's okay to move on to 3.3. Yeah, okay. Okay. So conducting ongoing reviews of examination to keep and consider alternative pathways.
So you had mentioned earlier about potentially removing that goal.
I did, but there was a lot of discussion about alternative pathways, and so my opinion's changed. And it sounds like it's something we might need to keep.
Well, here's a question for our EO then. I mean, the alternative pathways conversation has been here since I've been a board member. We really haven't pursued anything in that direction. Is it really a goal we want to suddenly add on with all of this other work that's ahead of us right now with the national exam? Because when we made the decision to move so aggressively towards national exam, we kind of took the alternative pathways off the table. And that's just kind of the reality of where we're at right now.
Well, honestly, I think
So do we still really even want to pretend we're considering alternative pathways?
we actually, I maybe that because it is with the national exams, they are doing work on alternative pathways now. So it would be moving forward, and we could have a voice in that and talking to them about that. So it we could have that kind of as a part of a task, not as a full-on objective, and incorporate that.
What do they
into
mean by alternative pathways that you're discussing?
alternative pathways? Actually, what am I talking about? National, no, they're talking about alternative forms. But the alternative pathways, I think, should be on. Because it's something we do want to consider, but it may not be soon. I mean, we still, I don't know. It's up to the board, though.
Right, but all of our momentum has said, you
I
know
see what you're saying.
what, we've thought about alternative pathways, but we're going to commit to this national exam now. That's not an alternative
Yeah,
pathway.
that's true. Yeah.
So once again, it's about focusing our energy towards things we're actually going to be pursuing.
Okay.
And I think in the time I've been here, we've never actually pursued any marketable information about alternative pathways, not once.
Okay.
So
Let me just piggyback on that. John, I'm not quite sure where you're going with that, but I hear you, okay? My thing is, where were we with AI 4 years ago? As an alternative pathway to addressing social media complaints, creating videos for trainings and things like that. So I'm just saying what we don't know about the future is still unknown. So when I hear the term alternative pathways, it just lends itself to keeping us open-minded to maybe what is to come that we're just not even aware of. So it's a different perspective.
Nick and Eleanor, are there alternative pathways to licensure in your licenses?
No, there's not. Well, let me rephrase that. There's a subtle nuance, I guess, to that question, which is there's two different types of licensing, two different types of national exams that states can adopt. One of those is the National Counselor Examination, and the other one is the National Clinical Mental Health Counselor Examination, which is what California adopted. The difference between those two exams is the NCMHCE is more of an application-based competency exam, so understanding through vignettes, application of concepts, whereas the NCEs is a traditional multiple choice 120 question examination. So there's somewhat of a difference in that regard, but in terms of them being national exams, they're still national exams.
And it sounds like individuals don't have the choice to adopt one another's, whatever state they want to.
In California, they don't have a choice. Other states do recognize either or for that. So, and the difference with that would be that some states, which were part of our conversation that we're having now, so many students are eligible if they graduate from an accredited program to take the NCE right out of their graduate program. And that then makes them eligible for licensure right away once they complete their hours. For states that recognize that exam, for states that don't recognize that exam, then that's less of a choice.
And board member Jones is not here, but I'm pretty sure there is no alternative pathway to licensed educational psychologist either. So Stovek, it has always just been about MFTs, right? Alternative pathway discussions. The idea of alternative pathways. Yeah. Okay.
No, I think it's affecting all license types. In many jurisdictions, they're looking at alternative pathways no matter what. And that means not necessarily taking an exam. And to clarify the subjective, I think what I was really looking at there is trying to capture in that the concern on the, in the sunset review too, or one of the issues we raised is putting somewhere in there where we would continually look at review exams because of the concern about standardized exams. But at the same time, also part of that is with the conversation that's going on nationally, in some jurisdictions, it's do we even have to have an exam, or are there not just maybe you can get in through the exam, but if you for some reason can't pass that exam after a certain amount of times, like is there another pathway through that, more supervised hours, maybe that's the
Mentorship
route we're.
model, sure.
If I
Yeah,
could
so
also
that's where I
say,
think it was trying to capture both of those, is so we keep it on track, that we're not just going along and just the test is there, but we're trying to reviewing and kind of looking at those exams, and then, like I said, alternative possibly pathways if they're feasible. So
I just think we're getting into the weeds. The word is consider. And it just leaves it open, but also we're coming back to the equity lens. Consider means that there might be other opportunities for people that maybe have had these challenges to have an alternative pathway. So if we're going to have an equity lens, I don't think there's anything with the wrong consider. It just leaves it open to possibility. Because this is a long-term thinking plan, so.
May I offer a suggestion on it? Maybe it's not about us reviewing the exam, but working with professional organizations to keep current and consider alternative pathways. Maybe CAMP, the LCSW organizations, maybe they're actually, us looking at the exam, I don't think we have the power or the bandwidth to actually take action. But us maybe working with the affinity and professional organizations, that might be actually where an objective could exist. So action items could include things like, meeting with Campton, talking about considerations they've heard from their membership and stuff like that. I think if we shifted a little bit, maybe they could stay in here. Does that make any sense to anyone?
I think these conversations would take place more with the national exam developers and OPSR exam developers. Not really. I mean, CAMP would be part of the conversations if we had those brought these forward. And then for the alternative pathways, CAMP, I mean, they could have feedbacks, and it'd be interesting to see what the California people, but I mean, it would be part of the process. We look and like we did the last time where we brought forward the alternative pathways. It was, I believe it was, I want to say Illinois that brought something, and it was a a jurisdictional thing, but we thought, oh, that's interesting. Let's bring it and see what people think about it. And that's where we get in CAMP involved and stuff. The ongoing review of the exams, really, that's really between us and the exam developers and exam owners, and then OPS our exams too. I don't know if that clarifies or adds
Right. So
confusion.
and I'm curious why it's part of the alternative pathways goal.
That's true. Now it is
That's why I
see
suggesting
what- yeah.
working with affinity organizations who have a stake in it
Okay.
and say, hey, Steve, we've got a great idea. We heard from a member. Let's work with this. If you're trying to make an actionable objective. Because I don't think you're going to sit down with the national licensing exam people and have conversations about alternative pathways. I don't think that's actually going to happen, is it?
Probably not.
Okay.
How about we go back and craft that? Is it seem viable to keep something about improving the? I need something. I think we need something in there to. Okay, move on. How about I craft something that splits those two up?
Okay. So we'll make a note to work on this one offline. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to answer Justin's question. I'm not aware of any alternative pathways in California, but I can't speak for the rest of the other states.
So the state bar has an alternative pathway, but you still have to take the exam, and it's through clerkship, and it's an apprenticeship essentially.
Okay.
It's a traditional alternative pathway, but it still ends in the exam.
Okay.
All right. Going to 3.4, the suggestion, so we have broaden and improve examination preparation materials. This one, the suggestion that Solid had for this was to change it to improve exam information resources to establish expectations and support applicants.
Better than I crafted. Thanks.
I'm seeing a green. Yes.
Of course, I have something to add. Can we put something like through the exam process? Because I think the idea of only focusing on them passing the exam is not actually what they were asking for in the stakeholders' comments. They want support from the moment through the whole thing.
I think that comes up.
Sounds good.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. right, any more comments on 3.4? Nope, okay. Next we have 3.5, and the only suggestion I have here is taking out coordinate and just have it be implement the Association of Marital and Family Therapy Regulatory Boards, which is just abbreviated here for space, but will be spelled out in the strategic plan. I'm not sure if the coordinate really applies.
I do have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
So we've been clear that we are not willing or ready to move forward with the national exam until we receive more information from them.
And that,
And we have at every meeting said that we reserve the right to pivot away from a national exam if we don't receive the data that the full sort of information, data, and transparency from them.
Yeah, can I just recraft that to take out I'll recraft it to say continue or something to the effect of where we're not.
like consider
Like consider continuing
continue discussions, maybe?
continue discussions,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Continue discussions on implementing, okay. Okay, other than that, looks good? Okay, perfect. Okay, that is all that staff came up with for examinations. Were there any other topics that board members feel needs to be called out in a specific objective? No? Okay. In that case, are we ready to move to public comment?
Public comment?
Oh.
Sorry.
I mean, I could call it, but.
That's me. Okay, all right. Do we have any in-person audience members wishing to comment on goal area number 3? Seeing none. Moderator, do we have any online participants wishing to comment on goal area number 3?
WebEx, now is the time to raise a hand. You can do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Do we want to, folks need a break? Are we good continuing on to number 4? Okay, all right. Yeah.
I think.
Okay, all right, on to goal number 4.
All right, so our next goal area is enforcement, defined as protect the health and safety of consumers through the enforcement of laws. And if you have the environmental scan with you, the summaries are on pages 22 through 27. And like before, we have a summary of the weaknesses pointed out in the environmental scan and also from the sunset review with green check marks indicating what staff objectives have already addressed. All right, so here we have the objectives. How do people feel about that first one? Strengthen the monitoring and analysis of violations and disciplinary trends to support informed policy development and continuous improvement. I see it looks good. Okay. And we did have a slight suggestion, but to me, it's not very different.
Oh, it was just removing the and analysis just because
Monitoring.
it didn't seem like it's feasible to strengthen the analysis of it. But okay.
So it would just be strengthen the monitoring of violations and disciplinary trends to support informed policy development and continuous improvement. Are you still okay with it? Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. I'll take that for a green arrow. Okay. Next, we have 4.2, strengthen the continuing education and supervisor audit process to ensure compliance and support professional competency. Solid had suggested breaking this into 2 objectives. So you'd have strengthen the continuing education audits process and then strengthen the supervisor audit process. And it would just be a little easier to track that way when we get down to action planning. Does anyone have any suggestions for 4.2? Do they like breaking it into the 2 separate objectives? All right, I'm seeing nodding heads. All right. And then 4.3, enhance communication with consumers and licensees about the complaint process and outcomes to ensure transparency and understanding. And then Solid had a suggestion, enhance communication with consumers and licensees about the complaint process to promote transparency and understanding. So just slightly less words.
I do have a kind of a question related to that a little bit. So what would be, I'm just thinking, for example, the enhanced communication with consumers, with licensees, perhaps that might be a little bit easier. And with consumers, providers are to provide information to consumers about where they can file a complaint. How can you objectively know that that's happening and how do you audit that? Because it's not a CEU unless you're auditing someone's notes. I'm trying to see how would you know if that communication to consumer is actually taking place. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I think it's really focusing on it's really focusing on about our communication with, you're talking about.
Well, and I think it goes hand in hand, right? Because you're saying enhancing communication with consumers, how? Unless you're a consumer of mental health, it's going to be difficult to communicate to them, right?
I guess maybe it would be enhanced communications with complainants and licensees, maybe is what the wording should have been. So it's like, and then also for consumers on the aspect of making sure that we have the resources on our website or education materials for if they want, the process of filing a complaint, what happens to a complaint, what the enforcement process is, explaining to them more what, maybe the outcomes of a case and what those mean and what's behind them. Because we do have a lot where, if when we talk about non-jurisdictional complaints, it's very hard to understand when you're a consumer. It's like, well, why not? And in trying to put more information out that, that's where I was thinking about that. It was not.
Okay. So to the complainant specifically, not to broadly the consumer.
Not broadly the consumer. I mean, it would exist in there for the consumer to look at, but I mean, that's why I put consumer, but really complainant actually, since it is in the enforcement goal, makes sense.
To kind of address that in the weaknesses, it's number 7. They specifically mention that they say it's difficult to speak with staff regarding questions or consumer complaints. So I think switching consumers to complainants is an appropriate fix.
More precise, yeah.
All right, so with that change to 4.3, does that look good to people? All right, I'm seeing green, so we'll look at 4.4. And that is improve enforcement case processing times to support efficient and consistent case resolution. And Solid had a suggestion. This is just another way of wording it, to streamline the enforcement process to promote efficiency and timely case resolution.
That's my question there is how would we streamline the processing times.
There's always a way to streamline. It's now
I
actually,
just feel like
you're right,
that's
the
kind of a
streamline though,
default route, so
yeah,
how
the
do
streamline,
we-
you
I
can't
mean,
really.
there's a process that we can't really change, so I'm not.
Yeah, so
Streamlining
streamlining
usually
wouldn't
refers to a
be-
process,
So
so.
would,
I think it's really looking at the processing times, yeah, the improvements, so.
okay, so switch it back to improve.
I think
Re-
so, yeah.
Okay.
That's more about staffing and resources than it is about the process itself.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I probably asked this during the pre-strategic planning sessions, but that was last year. So I'm going to ask again. Have you worked with the Office of Organizational Improvement on these? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. Very good. Kelly's got a.
And then did people have anything else they wanted to add to this goal area?
So, and briefly, one of the, in your environmental scan in the enforcement section, under section 1, one of the main concerns was that the board is overly punitive in their enforcement. And external stakeholders also noted a disproportionate number of BIPOC populations get DUIs. The board tends to enforce against DUIs because they're obviously the most common substance use disorder related crime. And that relates back to the criminal justice system having a proportion of BIPOC individuals getting over criminalized. I don't know that there's a lot we can do about that because it's the nature of the criminal system. We also don't keep track of race and gender. That's not part of our data collection set. And I also don't think it's lawful. So I don't see any feasible way to integrate that into the goals or objectives. I just wanted to state it.
Yeah, the DUI comments were the biggest number of things people had to say.
And I want to make clear, the board's standard sentencing guidelines are driven by the standard sentencing guidelines. It's not solely the board per se. It's the nature of the sentencing guidelines which are being designed.
Mhm.
And we can have a conversation about that. You know, the board is certainly welcome to, but we're limited in our ability.
All right. Did anyone else have anything to add to the enforcement goal area? Susan?
Well, along those lines, it's true that almost everything that we see is somebody doing a DUI not on the time that they're performing their profession. So maybe there's something in the professional guidelines about drinking and alcohol in general and how it will affect your profession.
Is that something that we want to include, or I don't know, maybe informational stuff just to keep people aware, PSAs, or it's kind of a difficult topic.
Professional organizations provide that
Yeah.
pretty
Okay.
extensively.
Yeah, we do. I mean, not necessarily. We do some sort of outreach about, or we have some sort of material, which is part of this, is updating stuff about, what to do if you, or what the complications are if you have a DUI, or what you do through the licensure process and how that affects you. And we have education material out there on that stuff too. But there's always, yeah, but I think that's captured in some of the outreach stuff.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So with that, it looks like we're ready to move on to the next goal area then.
Oh, public comment.
Public comment.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Public comment. Thank you.
All right, opening up public comment for goal number 4. Are there any in-person audience comments? Being none, moderator, are there any online comments for goal number 4?
WebEx, now's the time to raise a hand for enforcement goals. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. On to goal number 5.
There we go. All right. Outreach and education. This is always my favorite area for boards. We have our goal area description here. And then if you've got the environmental scan in front of you, your summaries are going to be on pages 40 through 45. I'm going to flip over there real fast. And then once again, these are the weaknesses that were addressed in that environmental scan. I felt that we covered all of them, but maybe you think differently. Additionally, we also have from the Sunset Review Report, utilize that outreach and education committee to pursue initiatives that align with your strategic plan goals. So moving on to our proposed objectives from staff. We did have a suggestion on the first one to change it to just host live events for educators, supervisors, and associates to address licensure pathway concerns and gather feedback. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I think you need to go on the mic.
So when you say live, are you saying physically live or virtual?
I think it could be either, but if you would like us to be specific, we can.
You may not even need to say either. I mean, you could say virtual, you probably get more people, but maybe even just host.
Maybe just host
or
events.
Uh-huh.
I mean, actually, first.
Look good?
Could I add that we also include licensees? Because I have people who approach me all the time and say, how do you do this? Might be good to have us invited to those events as well, too.
That's funny.
Okay.
We didn't put that. Thank you.
Do we, sorry if I'm throwing a wrench into things. Do we want to say, for stakeholders, that way you can kind of consider, well, I guess consumers don't really matter with this one when it comes to licensure pathways.
And I think we do have we do kind of have that objective on the very bottom, which
Okay.
is kind of strategies.
Yeah,
to
we do
reach
have a
the-
separate one for consumers.
And that
So
was kind of the thought for this one, was looking at our pool of, licensees, registrants, and applicants, and including any kind of live event.
do we need to call out registrants on here also since we put licensees?
Education supervisors, associates, we have
Okay, associates. Okay, perfect. Sometimes they get used
Yeah.
interchangeably.
Well, it
and I
it
get
is
confused.
interchangeable. I mean, I don't.
All right.
Associates is more appropriate.
5.1 looks good. 5.2, update the board's website and outreach materials to increase clarity and expand resources. And we didn't have any changes on this one.
So this is more referring to like online. So do we do any much physical pamphlets or anything like that?
Oh, we have a ton. Yeah.
So maybe we could include that.
I think that's what outreach materials is what we're including in that.
Okay.
All right.
Or maybe the distribution somehow, because
That gets a little pricey with the distribution of hard materials. I mean, we do everything that we do. Have a hard copy of a will is actually is online too. So
All right. Well, if 5.2 looks okay. What we have for 5.3, we do have a suggestion on this one, which we suggest just kind of condensing it down to say enhanced outreach to licensees and individuals pursuing a mental health career.
Oh, no, she's got one, yeah. Wait, which one are we on?
5.3.
Oh, okay.
You need to.
Yeah, I don't, what do you think? I mean, what do you? Yeah.
The third sentence is the one that's reworded, right?
Correct. Can we bold this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
There we
it
go.
really was focusing on just
Okay.
website and, yeah, and materials, not.
Okay. In that case, we'll leave as is.
I'm looking at a totally different one.
Can I just ask Steve, what do you mean when you say expand resources for licensees and individuals pursuing a mental health career?
Oh, expand. Wait, where? What are you asking? Which one?
5.3, that's what we're on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says the last part of that is and expand resources for licensees and individuals pursuing a mental health career. That seems like a lot. And one, I think that's my first kind of comment is updating the board's website and outreach materials to increase clarity probably should be its own. But then my follow-up question is, what does the second part of that sentence mean?
I think that got.
5.2 and 5.3 are almost identical.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's, for the website one, we were strictly, it was, I think for the website one, it was really looking at, so I've got clarify and expand resources was the end, update the board's website and outreach materials to increase and expand resources. And then when I'm looking at additional one,
But what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to expand resources?
oh, actually, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, update the board's website and outreach materials to, I guess it was talking about expanding the resources on the web.
So like the information on the web?
Information on the web.
Okay, because that to me sounds confusing. 'cause
Okay.
And the reason I'm saying that is if you look at some of the feedback here, they're talking, common feedback is resources, financial resources, scholarship
yeah,
resources,
okay.
paid resources. So I think if that's the intent of that, it should be specifically.
Maybe update the board's website, including expanding available materials on the web, something to the effect of, okay, I see what you're saying. Can we?
It sounds like what you're saying is expand the information provided.
Yeah.
Basically, it's expand the information on the website and redesign the website, yeah. Expand the information.
And that's on 5.2, correct?
No.
Oh, on
that's
5.3, okay.
No, I'm like. So.
Those two they're redundant.
So expand the resources on the website?
I think we might be. Yeah, we're missing. So our 5.2, the 5.2 that we should have up there is build upon the outreach efforts and initiatives of organizations and agencies to reach students in underserved areas. So
I don't know how that got missed because I have your notes here and I don't,
notes?
I see underserved communities on here. So, okay. Okay, so we have build upon outreach efforts and initiatives of organizations and agencies to reach students in underserved communities and encourage entry into the mental health profession. And that is addressing people pursuing the career.
Correct. It's out of these outreach and education goals are ones that we have developed out of the outreach and education committee we were talking about. That one specifically is looking at because there's not a concern, but we see there's an opportunity to educate people about the pathway and try to bring out more outreach to underserved areas or people that basically underserved areas and trying to gain people or encourage them to enter the profession. At the same time, we realize that that's a big effort, which we once again it would be a lot of resources to go out and to do all those presentations. So our goal here was to look for ways to partner like HCI and partner with them and either assist them in their promotion or or develop materials that they can use for promotion. So that's kind of that. That was 5.2 I have on
Okay.
here.
And then 5.3, I think part of it also is because the numbering got changed. Let's see.
Sorry, that was me.
No,
probably.
you're good. Okay. And then 5.3, update the board's website and outreach materials to increase clarity and expand resources. So it sounds like they got flipped in here.
Okay. So then is that update the board's website, update the board's website? I mean, almost it's two, and then increase information. I don't know how to, what was the increase in expand information? Oh, update the board's website to include expansion of informational material and organization or something.
How about
You got it.
expand the hold on, I need to think. Expand the information on the board's website. Just
I think I do want to get a component in there of where we're actually updating the whole organization. So, like a revamp.
We have an and here and get rid of expand resources.
We can craft that because that's pretty. I think we've got.
because definitely the mental health career part is going to be deleted from this one because we cover that in 5.2.
Green arrow.
I had a question. There was some discussion about reaching to areas that were with at risk, or maybe I can't remember what you guys said. Where did that go?
Where? What kind of areas?
I was thinking that comment that was made about like basically, so this particular one is focusing on people getting licensed, people pursuing a mental health, and then I thought there was going to be an additional maybe.
It's not on. Oh, it's 5.2.
Okay.
And that was trying to find clever way. I mean, trying to
Thank you.
find ways to limited resources, high impact to try to reach out to those areas.
Thanks.
You may have mentioned this, but are these objectives listed in order of priority or are they all of equal weight?
What?
Oh, I mean, I don't see them as listed in priority. No.
We could reorder them when it comes to the finalized copy that you review and approve. And then you can, decide then. But this is more just as they came up during the discussion with staff.
Just clarifying on this as well, though, is the update and the materials or the information increase clarity only for licensees? Or should it also be for licensees, applicants, and consumers? Because that website does address all three of those markets.
Yeah. I mean,
Do we want to say stakeholders or list them all three out? Okay.
We kind of use stakeholders as a different phrase around here sometimes, so.
Yeah, I think I'm basic applicants, licensees, and consumers.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, we'll just at the end.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. 5.4, I don't think we had any changes to this one.
And it may look similar. What we're focusing on here is the doing like we currently do with the school outreach and visiting schools, whether virtually or in person, to provide them more information, a lot about the application process, the licensure pathway, and one that we've done a couple times, I'd like to expand on, is about law and ethics, in a perspective on how the board goes through the process. So.
And I apologize, we did have one suggestion, which was changing obligations of practitioners to just requirements for plain language purposes. Getting thumbs up.
I'm wondering if on this one, I know you've done these different presentations, but do you have anything that's recorded that can be like sent to them and so that they could distribute?
That would actually, we have that, like one of the task items that we'll put under here is looking at, one of the things that I want to focus on here is getting on a regular basis we have the presentations, you've seen one, making regular updates to those presentations, working on, being able for a classroom to be able to use a presentation and making sure it's, worthy of a good presentation. So kind of making sure that we have presentations that are available to schools that are good.
Yeah, I think that would be good, especially for the universities that have a specialty in mental health.
Mhm.
They could show it to the classroom.
And you could, like with law and ethics, I know you've talked a lot about that, and I think it's always I think they like when the board comes in and talks about that kind of the process. So looking at making really publishable videos, I guess, was part of that.
Okay. And then lastly, 5.5, develop strategies to reach the public and increase awareness of their rights as mental health consumers. We did have just a small suggestion, which is to develop a communication plan to increase public awareness of their mental health rights as consumers. There's just a small tweak there.
Steve,
Sounds
can you
good.
just share, I'm sorry, maybe just trying to understand a bit more what you mean by that?
What I mean by that is kind of, did we talk about that online or was that offline? About kind of currently we have out there for consumers, when choosing a therapist is one of our publications, and therapy doesn't include sex. But finding ways to kind of broadcast either those materials or, their understanding that the board is here in case you have concerns about a therapist, if that makes sense. And so I think putting in there their rights as a mental health consumer is maybe definitely updating some of our material, or then putting additional material out there that we can, if somebody is concerned, they get to our website, because we're actually with AI now, it will probably lead them right to our place, so that they have the information there to possibly looking into what your therapist shouldn't be doing, or what, we do already have a publication, but updating that. So that's what I'm kind of looking at, making sure they understand their rights as a patient, to the effect, and what what are the things that not necessarily the board, but what would you consider something that you might question is being done if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And as I'm sitting here thinking more and more actually about what I was mentioning with providers supposed to be providing information to consumers in mental health treatment, how to file a complaint with the board. Perhaps that fits somewhere, but as I'm thinking about it, I am really curious, how do we know as a board that if providers are compliant with that legal requirement or not? Just curious. I mean, and maybe I'm way outside the scope of what we're trying to accomplish, but I do wonder, maybe as a back thought, how that has there been any thought to that in terms of maybe it's better under enforcement. But anyway, I was just trying to better understand, or can that be part of this communication plan that as well, that could be a specific task item, I'm sure,
Mhm.
to inform them of that.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where somewhat addressing that. It's knowing if the therapist or the practitioner is doing the right thing is tough to know. At the same time, the more knowledge that a consumer has, the more knowledgeable they'd be to raise a red flag and be able to report to us or complain to us. So, I when I look at this, I kind of there's a lot of other. It's difficult for our board, but some of the other boards have like ad campaigns that they do every year. Good example is the Barber and Cosmo. They do a thing for sandal. I always get impressed by it. It's to talk about your pedicures, and they have like an ad campaign that they do every season. They bring it up to try to get that out there. I'm not sure how we could do anything that looks like that, but something to really kind of get more
Yeah,
consumers understanding that we're here as a board to help protect you.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of my question is, I know that those are going to be action steps, but I'm just generally
Yeah.
curious, like, what does that really mean? Yeah.
I think it strengthens. I mean, at least if we don't know if they're I mean, it kind of gives me the good feeling of maybe it's kind of. I think in my view, it strengthens the consumer protection or enforcement process. If somebody knows the law, then they might be able to understand, when to complain. So,
Can we add section 2, 5.5? After the words rights,
Mhm.
can you add and protections?
Rights
So-
and protections as consumers?
No, no. First line, reach the public and increase awareness of their rights and protections.
Oh,
There it is, right there.
Okay. And then instead of strategies, just change that back to communication plan.
No, don't touch anything else.
Oh.
I just wanted to emphasize its rights and protections.
Okay, I'll jump in here. Here's some food for thought, based on what I'm hearing, so I don't know where this might fit in. So I'm going to use the word stakeholder, but that is to be inclusive, to include all of these audiences that we're mentioning and all of these, 5.1 through 5.5. Sorry. And it goes to like creating or establishing and implement. Okay, we have to put the implementation in there. A process for stakeholder feedback. I think, Steve, you do this intuitively at our meetings because you're out there doing the outreach and recruitment with, the various stakeholders at agencies. So we're hearing it from you, but I'm wondering if we can have a formalized way of creating a loop, if you will, when we get the feedback from, our stakeholders that, are consistently here with us in the audience and those that are not, right? That we're not aware of. They're giving us their feedback. I'm thinking of Ben, for example, consistent, continuous, great feedback. And he doesn't know like where that's falling sometimes. They're able to ask a question, but we don't hear the response. So you're providing that. But is there a way for it to come back not only to the board, but to the stakeholders, the educators, the all of these people that we're mentioning, that we're working with, right? So to create some kind of process that captures the feedback that they're giving us, right? And so that they can know how that impacts or influences board policy, regulations, or whatever it is, that it's just not falling, you're just floating out in the air or falling on deaf ears. But, and also giving that back to them, letting them know maybe what we've done with their feedback. We've heard you, we heard what you had to say, and this is how it has move forward developing an AI subcommittee or something like that. But am I making any sense? But I don't know where that, but it's task driven as well. I think it could fit in anywhere here.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm like at the same time trying to realistically look at the process for that. Do you have a suggestion?
I was just gonna say that I think that might be, it feels like a task that might go under the strategies or communication plan, whatever verbiage we decide on, for this task is to create a method and for, to get feedback from your stakeholders, whether it be a survey or an open forum, but
Well, I think one thing Dr. Walker was saying is that we should somehow or other summarize here someplace that we will continue to work on reaching California consumers to inform them about all their rights concerning mental health, because it is a big problem and we are thinking about it all the time. And it's hard to come up with real hard solutions.
And you know what, Steve? I'm thinking we can embed it in something that we're already doing, maybe in our newsletter, in your report out to the board. You can mention from whatever particular audience provided input or feedback to us, like with the national exam or something like that. But just so that we're more transparent and that it's just a two-way conversation.
I think I got some ideas.
So just something.
I think I got some ideas, and actually, maybe that's something not like for an actual objective, but something I can bring as in the outreach part of it. One of the tasks we can look at. I got some ideas. I think talk to you afterwards. about.
Agreed. Let's work on it. Thank you.
Sarah, you were right. Can you also add protections after that? Develop a communication plan sentence.
okay.
You were correct.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, they want that one, the one that you bolded. Okay, sounds like we're good to move on. I just want to double check that if there are any other topics that you felt needed to be included in outreach and education. Yeah, go ahead.
For me, I'm just stuck on the word stakeholders, although I think it's inherent in the audiences that we're being very specific, but it's lingo, it's language, but just for the record, I'm just putting that out there. Just making sure that we, are touching on that.
All right, if no other board comment on this, we can move on to public comment for this goal area.
Okay, looking for public comment on goal number 5 in the room. Being none. Moderator, is there any public comment online?
All right, WebEx, time to raise a hand on goal area 5. If you'd like to make a comment, tap that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. And I think it's time for a little bio break for everybody. So we'll go ahead and take the next 14 minutes. Give everybody a little time to stretch their legs a bit.
It'll be 5 o'clock.
Exactly. We're coming back at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, you have to get in, use it.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back to continuing with item 6, our strategic planning session, and we'll turn it back over to you guys for goal area number 6.
Thank you so much. So goal area 6 is legislation and regulation. And you can see the definition there. And the summary is on pages 28 through 33 of the environmental scan. And again, we have a summary of weaknesses from the environmental scan as well as from the Sunset Review report. And then for the first one, we have a question. Is it possible for the board to update and modernize statutes, or is that not something the board has the authority to do?
Well, I get what you're saying. We can
I know you can
propose,
do
we
that.
can propose.
Right.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so should it be review?
Review and propose legislation propose legislative amendments to something to that effect.
Okay.
To some
I have a
effect.
question in general on these. I feel like these 3 objectives are really broad and don't really provide a lot of sort of meat behind them. And I know we're going to have an action plan along with it, but I feel like this doesn't tell me that much. And I think we're also missing some outreach and communication elements that came out of the environmental scan because there are. Oh, you want me to stop?
No, you're good. I guess raising my hand, like I got something to add to that.
Okay. Yeah, just that we have quite a few sort of unchecked things in the environmental scan. I think those of us that are, I think the board's always been very complimentary of our legislative and regulatory staff. They're super on the ball. They, keep us in line. But it seems like maybe we're not really communicating that out very well. That seems to be a gap that came back in the environmental scan. So we're not really sharing, because I do think the board is proactive in certain areas about cleaning up legislation, making sure there's parity between the license types. And we've done a lot of sort of proactive things to make sure that everything makes sense and everything's aligned. But maybe where we're missing is sharing that. And also in response to the legislative and regulatory processes are slow. It's confusing. A lot of that is sort of out of our control, but what can we communicate about that so that people have a better understanding of what the legislative process looks like? It is slow. That it on purpose. So, because we need to vet ideas and have conversations about them before they become law. So, I just feel like there's just a lot of meat missing here on my end. But
So, and I want to say this area is not the most interesting or it's difficult to talk to someone with a lot of excitement or make it palatable about, regulatory law. But I will say that our legislative analysis is really, really outstanding. I mean, I have absolutely nothing bad to say about her. So yeah, I think we also need to communicate that. The other thing I think I really want to address in this is, and I want to jump into this hole because I think it needs to be a proposed objective, is to evaluate what we are doing under the uniform standards regarding substance abuse, healing arts licensees, because that's a continuing concern that's brought up to the board every single time we have a probationee. The probationee says, either we are too punitive, or it's not equitably enforced, or the sentence that we are giving is so fiscally dramatically onerous that it's interfering with their healing. So I would join in Chair Strack's comments. And also, I think we need to take a look at analyzing what proposed legislation can be done to Senate Bill 1441. And that's a big ask.
Sorry, what, that was Senate Bill
1441.
1441. Thank you.
Also called the Ridley-Thomas Act, also called the Uniform Standards Regarding Substance Abuse Healing Arts Licensees.
That's the attorney on the board. All right, so we have the issue topic, the why address it, desired outcome.
More.
There's also stakeholder, sorry, do you want to?
No, go ahead.
There's also stakeholder comments specifically about the need for policies and regulations to
Okay.
protect marginalized communities.
Okay.
Pretty extensive comments about LGBTQ clients specifically. And I don't see that being captured in these objectives as written. Perhaps that's captured by Member Sovek's at goal number 7, but short of an additional goal, I think we need to be speaking to what specific statements the board can be making to be proactively protecting communities under threat.
Okay. And do we want to finish the objective above, the desired outcome for evaluating the uniform standards?
And then I just add the issue topic for proposed for changes.
Okay.
And I guess my question is, does the 6.3 capture the feedback regarding license portability? My assumption without, I think it's what I was talking about, license portability. My assumption would be something along the lines of compacts. That would be my guess. Is that what 6.3 captures?
Yeah, I can tell you under that 6.3, oh, hold on. It would be some of the tasks we're looking at is definitely continuing looking at the compacts and looking at that. And then the psychedelic medically assisted therapy. How to get that in there. And other, what was the other one we're talking about too? But this various other items that we want to look at and should be keeping track of. So and I do appreciate that, like the more clear objectives, and it's it's the board's decision. Like with the one mentioned with the Uniform Standards Act, I mean that's something we could fit under the task items. But whether you want to make it a specific, I know, Roseanne has her checkbox. We had a list that there's a bunch of things that we were looking at. And this is a hard kind of legislation, and the regulation really is a component spread out amongst the whole strategic plan. But it is good. I mean, if we want to make specifics, I would encourage that. Or if you're happy, if we put those in task items in that.
I would even say I think it'd be fine if they were task items. They could be big enough to warrant their own objective, but in my read of these 3 objectives is it's very reactive. So we're just reviewing and updating what's already there. We're just reviewing and updating what's already there. And then we're just kind of looking around. And then if there's a need to kind of clarify or, then we implement things that are happening elsewhere. And I don't think that's reflective of the program that we're actually doing. It's a
Okay.
much more proactive thing, but these objectives to me read very reactive and very like status quo, which I don't think reflects what we're actually doing. So I just think, because even if we're going to do a uniform standards review or the testing, the AMFTRB exam, and I never sure if I get those letters all in the right order, but that involves both legislation and regulatory impacts. And so if we're, do we need to call out testing as having, regulatory and legislative impacts? Uniform standards review could be part of an objective that is a little more sort of forward looking. And again, kind of circling back to, we have been very proactive about trying to standardize the language in each of the license types and make those, have parity there. But none of that proactive work shows up here in these objectives.
And Sarah has typed out some suggestions for 6.1 if you want to be more specific, like pursue regulation to address the use of artificial intelligence in therapy, pursue legislation to address use of psychedelic assisted therapy. So if you want to be more specific in your objectives, you do that.
Yeah, I think those things have come up a lot. And so, yeah, what are we, and I imagine the answer is yes, but if we were showing if there's legislation to regulate AI therapy, I don't know where we would even put that as an action item or a task within the current objective structure.
Yeah, and then just as a background, when we were looking at the objectives, like the tasks that we have for the first one, for the review, modernize statutes, clarity, alignment, under those tasks, that includes, well, we already did the statutory, like the license not portability, the license pathway would fit under there. Any of the statutes, any kind of any sort of legislation that we're promote or actually sponsoring would go under there, or ones that we have from past conversations where we've been kind of keeping track of things we need to look at, that would go under there. So there's a long list of, and some of them are minutia, but are things that we want to. And that's where it was kind of like a balance between how do you put, we would have probably about right now 20 objectives in legislation, which is fine, but I think it's with the task level, I think it was easier to monitor to show us the progress on those. That's where we were looking at. And then similar to regulation, it was a list of regulations, that we're working on right now. But yeah, it's true. It doesn't,
There's
yeah.
maybe more action related language that could be in there. It just reads very passive to me right now.
Chair Strack,
Yes.
you could take those three and make them one objective. You could pursue regulation to consolidate licensure pathways, address the use of artificial intelligence in therapy, and address the use of psychedelic assisted therapy. That could just be one big objective.
I agree. I think we should make that number one. I mean, we should be proactive, number one, and we should mention those particular things because we're always asked about them. Substance abuse, AI, medically assisted therapy.
Sure.
I'm not, those. I'm trying to kind of like wrap my head around objective versus task. And so some of these might be task related, but I just think there's got to be more active language.
I mean, that's very.
Or maybe some recognition of some of these subtopics, but I don't want it to be just limited to those, I guess.
And part of it was too to try to capture making those two. The original thought was making those broad with the task items. We can keep track of the actual work that is being done and then present the progress on that. And it's always hard to like where to fit that within the strategic plan. Like we're doing the licensure pathway. Do we fit that into the licensure objectives or the legislative objectives? Since it's a legislative process now. But I mean, there is value to it, like if there's I get, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's not a criticism of staff, more of a comment that I don't think this adequately reflects the effort they put into the job. So I want to make sure that the work that they do isn't minimized. And I'm not saying that that was the goal of this either. So not making any judgments. Just want to make sure that because I do think we are probably more proactive than it may otherwise appear. And so communicating that, I think, starts with that action being reflected in the strategic plan. So we don't wordsmith stuff here, but just comments for the next draft.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, for the one that we have here, pursue regulation to consolidate licensure pathways, artificial intelligence, psychedelic assisted therapy. Do we want that as its own specific objective, or is it sounding kind of like we want those as a task under 6.3?
Any thoughts?
I think we look brain dead if we don't mention those things. I mean,
Well, it's just
those
how
are
we
the things
mention
that
it.
are on people's
They'll be
minds.
mentioned.
Every single mental health commission in the state of California has coordinated substance abuse and mental health commissions, put them together. It's now under one commission. So we look brain dead if we don't mention some of this.
I was going to say it a lot nicer, but
I don't think anybody is saying not to mention them. It's just how we mention them. Do we mention them the objective or as a task?
I say mention it as an objective. It gives a target. It's
Okay, then do you want uniform standards in that list as well?
Sure.
I think I would break those up into separate objectives for each one, though, just because they are different topics. And I can put a note to break it up into, like, pursue regulation for each specific one. Because when it becomes like, you have all these different topics, and makes it hard when you get to action plan to track how you're doing on each of those. If you have it as a separate one, it makes it easier for you.
I mean, is there some other way of like capturing that too about, I had something in my head and it's gone, but more about, reviewing current, the language left my head, but I had something brilliant there for a second. But I think looking at, pursuing a legislation to address emerging issues and issues to address historical inequities or
Oh, I like that.
along those lines. I mean, is there a little more proactive, but kind of captures all of that stuff in one objective so we don't end up with like 10 objectives in legislation?
I think board member Huff-
Instead of the word pursuing, what about advising? Because we can only advise, we can't.
I mean, we can pursue, we just don't. Yeah. We have to ask. We could pursuing, we still have to ask.
We can pursue. Yeah, that's what we proactively implement regulatory or legislative updates. That's what long term.
Board member Huft had his hand up.
My concern with, it seems like some of this is really just like an aesthetic choice to keep it consolidated. My concern with having fewer objectives and focusing on a broader statement of identify, focus on, pursue, whatever, in current trends is that there's no clear target and ultimately no clear accountability on what exactly we determine as a board is a current trend that is worthy of addressing. Do we care about AI? Do we care about, there's attachment A, there's a list of threats that stakeholders are concerned about. They're concerned about AI. They're concerned about the rise of BetterHelp and Rula and Grow and Headway. They're concerned about anti-DEI policies from the federal government. They're concerned about anti-LGBTQ policies from the government. They're concerned about supervision. They're concerned about all of these different things. And these are only the threats that made it to this attachment, right? These are only the issues that rose to the level of summary. And I'm worried that if we stick with a general large scale objective, we really lose the opportunity to have a clearer target to orient us as we move forward.
I guess my question for solid staff then is where is that sort of target setting best addressed? Like if there are multiple things, I guess what's the difference between target setting within a task and an objective? So I guess that's my question on process, because there are still opportunities to outline all of these issues, but maybe if you have some guidance on where that best occurs.
For these ones specifically, I think calling them out as objectives, at least in my opinion, feels a little bit more appropriate because they don't feel so much like little, task items. They don't feel like steps to a larger objective. They kind of feel like their own individual objectives that you want to complete.
Okay.
And that's my opinion.
No, it matters a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just had one quick question on the uniform standards one. Would that be reviewing the uniform standards or pursuing some type of change to it? That I was a little unclear on
I don't think
what was
it's
the intention.
pursue. It's because I don't think it's pursue because we haven't established that we can pursue it yet. I think it's analyze the uniform standards for changes
In a more
in a
reasonable,
in a more
more reasonable baseline.
and a more reasonable default sentencing.
Thank you.
All right, so you can have those 4 items as objectives that are listed out, and then reviewing and updating regulations to improve clarity, alignment, and effectiveness to support compliance. That could be just a day-to-day function. That's something that you continuously do. I don't know if you want
I see what you're getting at. Yeah. I
Right.
mean, yeah.
So because you're going to have 4 objectives in the school area, so you could just say that 6.2 is something that you just continuously do, and that's going to be happening regardless of having it in your strategic plan.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, with one, we got rid of 1 too. Also, yeah.
Well, those may not all be regulations, though. The way we might address those.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we've used the word regulation there. They may not all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If regulations, if pursue legislation and or regulations, because it could either include one or the other or both.
Yeah. Or maybe you guys could.
I think
We
work
can
on the right
wordsmith it. We
language
can
for that.
wordsmith it.
But I don't want to miss the other, 'cause I'm sure these aren't the only priorities, right? Like if we're listing out sort of the specific legislative goals, it's the danger is that those change each year. So how do we capture that? Like there are some goals for the upcoming year with testing and regulation of that.
Well,
How
I
do we
mean,
capture that.
It's a living document what we're looking at here, so it's not adding. We'd have to figure out a process, adding those two, but yeah, I mean, we can. Isn't that true? It is a working document. I mean, kind of.
Yeah, you can update your strategic plan at any point. You do just have to,
Go before the
Go-
board. So like.
go in front of the board with the changes and then approve those changes and then repost it to the website.
So honestly, like maybe once a year, if there's stuff that staff is like, oh yeah, no, this is definitely one of our objective that we're working on. Let's get it on here and then present it to the board, say, hey, this is an added, these are additions to the objectives. And then we can get approval from the board saying, is that okay? So we're not missing anything or if there's new, like you say, new things that come up, yeah, we would be able to amend that.
Yeah.
Although it could get very lengthy though.
Well, I'm wondering if there's some way to kind of,
I wonder if there's like a generic, like
Right,
I like the
like
pointing out, but then keeping one of the
yeah,
overall
some-
ones, like
right.
ensure you're maintaining proper regulatory standards or something to the effect of where it captures where the task items, then we can have that list of task items. This is what we're working on beyond, of these 4 here.
Yeah, because these 4 are probably multi-year pursuits.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Whereas like there'll be, so there's got to be a way of capturing sort of the stuff that's just happening.
yeah.
John looks like he has some.
So perhaps something along the line, review, support, and propose legislative amendments to improve clarity, alignment, and effectiveness in alignment with board mission statement and vision. Because then as things come up that are under our purview, we'll be able to throw them into that and say, hey, Roseanne, can you actually add this to it now? Can you now add this to it?
Yeah.
But keeping the other 4 breakouts, I do like the 4 breakouts because I think it applied some real specific direction when we're looking at the legislative and regulation process.
Sure. Should that 6.1 also reference regulations though, not just
Yeah,
legislation?
leg gen reg probably.
Okay. And then what do you think about, because we don't always just support things, sometimes we oppose them.
Right.
So.
What about review consider? I don't,
Yeah, or
I consider as a good, I think.
Consider and propose, yeah.
Because that means it'll be brought
Yeah.
to. It's going to be all
And then
6.1.2.3.
Steve, I'm looking at the sunset report review.
Mhm.
Do those legislative cleanup items, are those just cleanup proposals or is that actual new legislation?
The cleanup language, actually, that's already been done.
Okay, so
But yeah,
all-
that
for
was
all
part
of
of it.
these.
Yeah, it was part of the sunset bill that was the cleanup. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
They're each an objective. Is that the 1, 2, 3, 4 on 6.2?
Yeah, I just,
yeah.
I made a note for myself to
Okay.
break it up so that, so it'll be 6.2 and then 3 and then 4,
Cool.
and then 6.3 will become 6.5.
And then can we add one about just increasing communication about our work in this area?
Here, you got this one done. Okay.
Um,
To licensees, consumers,
Everyone involved.
stakeholders.
Yeah.
Stakeholders?
Okay.
Yeah, just more of
Just-
how are we highlighting work? How are we highlighting just information about the legislative process? What information
Okay.
about the regulatory
We
process?
could
Why
even
does it
provide- we
take
could- Yeah,
long?
we could actually.
Why does it take that long?
I would.
Doesn't just look like
Yeah,
we're taking our time, but there are specified public comment periods and
It
review
takes-
periods.
give them the walkthrough. I don't know if anybody's explaining the use of stakeholders. Can we use instead of like licensees, consumers, license, like the whole list?
Yeah.
Because stakeholders is kind of.
I know there's not a good substitute for it.
Yeah, partners,
tried. We tried.
collaborators, people of interest, no,
Interested parties.
like
interested
that's
entities, interested.
Persons of interest.
Yeah, person of
Okay, so licensees, applicants, consumers, were there any other?
I can add if.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
I'll put a note, Steve,
And
you
then-
add.
Under outreach and education? Like under that
Oh.
entire
what was it?
goal
Yeah, that-
umbrella, or does that belong here?
Sometimes we do suggest moving a particular objective under another goal area. And in this case, it might fit better under outreach and education, but we can put it under legislation and regulations for right now and move it under outreach and education if it fits better there.
We do have references to communication in like goal area 1. and 4 about enhancing communication with consumers and licensees about the complaint process and outcomes. So whether we consolidate all those under, whether we leave them under the issue area or consolidate them under outreach.
As a management purpose, I think having it under like each one, because that really the individuals who are going to do developing the material or whatever really like within each of the units would be coordinating that. So like legislation, yeah, leg reg would be looking at ways to do that. So if it's okay, yeah. Because that outreach it would be a huge huge goal. So I make more specific, easier to track. So
Okay, so keep it in this area. So for the why address it, inform stakeholders, we're just using it for abbreviation on the board's efforts, and then desired outcome, would that be increased transparency?
Increased transparency and yeah, I mean increased engagement, yeah, actually too.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Increased engagement and transparency.
Engagement, that's what it was. Thank you.
And then any ideas on how the board can increase that communication and get that communication out?
I got a couple ideas.
Newsletters?
I mean, I've already, some of the stuff, doing, one thing we don't necessarily do right now is we have board minutes, but we don't put out maybe a summary of what happened at the board meetings or the committee meetings.
Okay, so meeting minutes published or
Or not meeting minutes,
summaries?
but summaries of
Summaries of-
actions taken,
Okay.
putting that out to the public. Creating maybe some outreach materials, little one-page infographics of this is why it takes so long. Stuff like that.
Okay.
So if I could just mention something, it's very difficult to communicate regulatory law because it's such a complex topic. Videos tend to work really well. Infographics, graphical representations, things that are colorful. But otherwise, you're going to have a really long rendition of what regulatory law is and then get to the change that happened. So to the extent that we can use accessible communication or effective communication, regarding this topic, I think it will help a lot. And a really good example, and I hate to use this, is there are a lot of TikTok or social media videos that discuss regulatory and legislative issues, and they're quick, they're fast, they're portrayed in a way that people can understand them, and it gets to the topic very quickly. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking from you.
All right, so are we good with the communication objective and ready to move on to the protection of the LGBTQIA 25+ communities?
2+, yeah. I think that was also including other marginalized communities, correct? Okay, I know that one was just specifically called out.
Okay. And then does anyone want to specifically state the why address it?
Because currently access to care for LGBTQ communities is being aggressively attacked.
Okay,
I mean, that would be one reason.
okay. Maybe access to care under attack.
Access to care is increasingly difficult for marginalized communities.
Okay. Increasingly difficult. And then desired outcome, that'd be greater access to care.
But it's not just access to care that I think is the issue. It's the quality and type of care that they
Okay.
receive.
Okay.
So I don't want us to only focus on access.
Okay. Maybe better quality of
It's
care.
accessible, safe care.
And does anyone have any ideas on how the board can address that issue?
Well, the stakeholders recommend, and I'll just read directly from page 41, the BBS can, quote, provide guidance statements and memorandums regarding topics such as protection of LGBTQ clients.
This one is under, just for anyone's reference, it's under the outreach and education weaknesses in the environmental scan, but we're putting it here just in case anyone got confused. Okay, guidance statements. Do we, I know in the environmental scan it says specifically students, but do we just want to like say, you know, licensees, applicants? Okay, perfect. I'm going to put stakeholders as an abbreviation for now, but we will spell that out.
Also maybe include something about directing the legislative analyst to track these bills and bring them to our attention, to be very specific about that. Because there have been a couple of times when there are things I've like said to Roseanne, hey, are you following this? And she's like, did I miss that?
Okay, I lost the question that I had on this.
Oh, one of the goals. Okay.
Would it be bills relating to those topics, or are there specific bills that are out there right now?
Just related to
relating-
those
okay,
topics. There
relating
are, but
topics.
yeah, actually. This one.
All right, does that look good to people? Yes? Okay. Did anyone want to suggest any other objective for legislation and regulation?
I do want to acknowledge the concern with life coaches and health coaches. And I'm wondering if there's space here to perhaps coordinate with other agencies about that, Steve, in particular. Or I'm thinking, for example, when HCI came through with the whatever the mental health coaches, that, I mean, there was no part that the BBS was involved in that, but there's, you know, I think real consideration that showed up even in the survey about that. And so maybe broadly, I know that's perhaps outside of our purview, but can there be coordination with other agencies that have already started to walk down this road of certifying coaches?
Yeah, I don't know where that fits though. Yeah.
But would that not fit as, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's
Legislate,
not
yeah.
here. I'm just trying to think.
No, it probably does.
Could that potentially go under licensing
Yeah,
to
maybe.
pursue and explore bringing coaches under the board's purview? Something like that, but more elaborate, written by our star. But that might go under licensing.
Yeah.
Put a note to move it to
Mhm.
licensing.
And what's not, and just to actually put like the outcome, what would you think, like what would be the,
Well, I think the immediate outcome would be to look at what is the possibility of regulating coaches. I mean, I think the ultimate intent behind the comment is that the threat of coaches encroaching on the work of mental health professionals in an unregulated way,
Mhm.
right? So I think in a perfect world, it would be coaches would be regulated. By who? That would be the question, right? If that's us or someone else, but I think the board would make the most sense, given the role that we serve.
okay.
And considering that a lot of coaches are marketing their work as therapeutic treatment, then I think that does give us some leeway to pursue bringing them under our umbrella. I mean, we've talked for years about how do we stop it? Well, why don't we actually bring them under the umbrella and bring them into our regulation system?
And I would also add that the terminology used, life coaches or wellness coaches, I think wellness coaches has been the title that HCI adopted and the one that sort of fits in that as well. So coaches in general, I'm thinking.
Said counselors that we're starting to see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let,
Coaches in general, is there other types of
she
coaches?
crafting something.
Well, I don't know about
Let me
coaches
see
in
if I can
general, 'cause
craft
I wanna
level
consider, like,
objectives.
sport coaches. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Investigate, review. I'm trying to think of the proper
Yeah.
term. I mean, coordinate with, yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe there's a coordination piece with HCI since they're already doing that, and
Yeah, we're
Mhm.
we're
But that-
actually,
That could follow under how can the board solve or address, coordinate with other
Yeah,
HCA or other
I think-
organizations.
but I think it's
That will-
broader than HCI though too, right? Because HCI is only looking at one specific.
Yeah, and I think that other one was for really kind of just really outreach. This one is more kind of looking at the scope of all non-licensed like individuals and what certifications are out there and trying to, you know, having discussions in the board of I mean, what's the next step or what are they, you know, what would we want to pursue?
Perhaps it's even putting out clear communication between the boundaries of coaching and not, I mean, I just think something should be done to address that, because I do agree that is a concern.
That is an outreach part that, I mean, we've talked about, and that's
Yeah.
something that I want to pursue. That's more like of a,
But
on the outreach part of it, but like for the bigger scope,
The
it's
bigger
like,
scope would be regulation.
yeah,
That would be I mean, that would be the ideal outcome.
okay.
And if we're thinking over 4 years, is that possible? Yeah.
It's
I
a
don't
big goal.
know.
Big goal. No, let me, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay.
All right, so how do people feel about that objective, adding, just pursuing adding life coaches under the board's purview? Oh, I see a stop, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think we necessarily want that public. If we put, we would probably hear a lot. I think it's better. Um,
We're live right now. It's
I know.
already
It's like already live out
there.
there.
It's
already live
there.
out there. No, but I think it requires a lot of, it requires a lot of, not the term investigation, but collaboration, let's say, and really connecting. I mean, we kind of have that connection with the HCI now, so it's establishing more, but then also it's not just the certified wellness coaches. It's like we said, it's the life coaches. So that would take a while to kind of figure out who do we even, I mean, we kind of know the certification agencies and stuff, but you know, what does that look like when we want to move forward? And so it's a bigger than just life coaches. I don't know if the term not non-licensed, I don't like that term either. Paraprofessionals, I don't know if I use that term right. I got to get a good definition of that, but I mean, paraprofessionals might be a term. But there's another term we can use there to kind of broaden that scope. And then with the tasks is we can, life coaching, list them down, and then kind of the steps on what to do to look at that. Because, that is
When we did peer, 'cause we looked at peer support.
certified well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what we did on that, but I thought I remember the term paraprofessional coming up in
That
there.
was I think that's what I have to, that's why I'm not sure that I have to look up the total definition, but from my understanding, this paraprofessional it would include like certified wellness coaches, peer, not mentors, peer counselors, community engagement officers or something like that. Community, yeah. So I think there's a proper term to look at that.
Okay, so maybe the issue topic could just be stated with paraprofessionals and we can highlight that and look up if that's the best.
Let me
term.
look at, to see if that's the best, but I think the concern is there is a, for a better term, hodgepodge and of people providing mental health services, whether it's clinical or not. And it seems to be expanding every day. And so I think, like we talked about outreach, one of the big concerns for me is that people understand who's who and who does what. That's the first step. But then the next step is, yeah, it's for HCI, the discussion has been you have these individual certified wellness coaches that are going through this process. And the goal is to get them into licensure and to encourage them to move forward. But that gap from being being a certified wellness coach to becoming licensed can be confusing because they have to have a certain amount of hours as a certified wellness coach, 1,500 hours. I don't even know if those would transfer over to our group. And then again, it's looking at them as really, I think the certified wellness coach, I think it's 2 or something. You have to have a bachelor's of arts degree. There's a lot of other states that license, bachelor's of arts there. It's kind of like what we did. It's basically would be before our associates. But so there's a lot of different things we can look at. But I think putting that as a broader and then getting those tasks down to what ones we want to look at, because that would be easier to bring to the board step by step.
Could it be
Make sure.
something more like staying aware of trends versus
I think
having an advocacy piece of it?
I think from our previous discussions with that trends, I think we have. I mean, do we retain that one? I can't see. I mean, I don't know. I personally like it as it's kind of
The
standing out
industry
there.
trends, yeah, we did keep that one.
We did?
And then I do know board member Huft has been waiting to comment.
Yeah, well, I thought that the protest is to get rid of having those under the board's purview, and they wanted to get rid of that. So
Yeah, I
have
thought that-
the issue be paraprofessionals. Okay, that was my understanding.
I mean, if you wanted to rephrase that, I mean, emerging trends in emerging trends in mental health service providers.
ARA professionals.
I mean, that would,
It's not an emerging trend. It's established.
no,
It's an
did I
established
say emerging?
industry. It's an established industry
it is.
that is marketing and advertising in direct conflict with what therapy offers. Okay, and I think we need to be really clear about what I'm suggesting with my thoughts on this is we have coaches, people who've just basically could take an online program for 2 weekends and get a certification. And they're also offering things like EMDR, brain spotting, all of these trauma-based modalities in an unregulated manner. So that's why I think the idea of actually, it's not a trend, it's an industry, that pursuing them, since we can't stop it, find ways to actually bring them into our regulatory atmosphere so that we can do consumer protection for people who are going to people who don't have the type of training that they're advertising they're having.
And to follow up on Mr. Sovic's point, our concern is that there are people, I mean, this is affecting very vulnerable populations, particularly people in what are called mental health deserts, in the inland and rural portions of California. A person who's talking to a life coach won't necessarily know to go to the board and to ask the board, hey, this person was saying they're doing EMDR or CBT. I think the board should take a look at that, because it's not like they have a mandate to show their license. They're just a person, a life coach. So in that sort of situation, the board can certainly issue a cease and desist order at the very least, from this person practicing therapy. But how would we ever know?
Mhm.
And that's a really important topic that we should be discussing.
It sounds like also another desired outcome would just be better consumer protection.
And then, do you still have, no? Okay.
Did anyone else have anything to add or another objective to add? Are we green, ready to move on? Okay, all right.
1 second while I count because we added a lot more to this
It's
section.
9,
Yeah,
think.
okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh.
7, 8, 9. You were correct.
The public comment.
Yes, public comment.
All right, we're looking for public comment on goal number 6. In the room, are there any members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, moderator, do we have any folks online?
All right, WebEx, now is the time to raise a hand. You can do that by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. And we will call on the only person we have left if they raise their hand. Seeing no requests, did you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to whoever's still hanging on with us. With that, is there anything else you want to do with us today?
I'd
I
like
know,
to say
Oh,
something.
Board Member Sovek brought up the idea of adding an additional goal area, protection for marginalized communities. I do know that we added one objective under Ledge, but I see your head shaking no, it's probably not enough. Is this something that we want to work on today, kind of throw out some ideas, or I know we're kind of hitting that.
Emailed Steve the outline of what I was thinking for it, which I did kind of just workshop a little myself. And I do understand we're all tired and exhausted, but remember there are people who can't leave their homes right now because of some of these things in what I'm wanting to have in this goal. So if everyone's okay, that maybe we could do a little shaping together for even just 10 to 15 minutes to give a really clear direction that the board feels they can support. And then we can let the design happen amongst the people who design these things. Would that be okay?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess with that, the one that we added in Ledge Reg, would it be more appropriate to move that under this or keep it under Ledge Reg? The one that we added about access to care and safe care for those communities.
For my intention, the access to care, this is not necessarily about that. This is about the access to protection and safety.
Okay, we can keep that one under Ledge Reg and then workshop some new ones for this area.
Right.
I have a question for Board Member Stovek. When you talk about safety, safety has come up in a few different contexts in our meetings. We have talked about the board's unwillingness to protect clinicians who work with trans youth, for example, who risk losing their license when their companies require them to engage in dangerous behavior. We've also talked about the lack of safety for a variety of communities that, again, the board has done almost nothing on. Are you talking about a specific type of safety in a specific context?
So if I can share the outline of what I have, I had emailed to the Steve, I realized I didn't have your email address. I couldn't send it to you, so I will read slowly.
Sure.
So the goal, as I'm kind of imagining it, is protection and support for marginalized and endangered communities. And then the objectives under it would be systems to protect clinical files from unlawful search and seizure.
1 second, I'm gonna merge the cells here because it's getting a little wonky for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be for the goal area description or an objective?
So the one I just read, your protection support, is the goal area 7.
Okay, so that would be the description for it.
That would be actually what I would call goal number 7.
Okay.
So protection and support for marginalized and endangered communities.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I am following now. Thank you.
Okay. So then
then-
the first objective
Mhm.
would be systems to protect clinical files from unlawful search and seizure.
To be
To protect clinical files from unlawful search and
from
seizure.
unlawful. Thank you.
This actually is more a little bit of your question, which we would then work out. Access for therapists to tools for keeping clients safe. I do know some clinicians who currently are creating one sheets for their clients to hand out, say, if this happens, this is your response, getting stuff off of well-recognized organizations to provide that. 3 would be control of confidential records in online platforms, electronic health records.
Online platforms and
They're called EHRs. That's why I was adding that on. So control of confidential records in online platforms, comma, EHRs,
E.
or electronic health records,
Okay.
if that makes it clear. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. No, don't fix that for me.
You're so brave to type in front of us.
I know.
And then guidelines for clinicians working with marginalized and endangered communities. And those are just the rough versions of it. So I am open to myriad amounts of feedback or wherever you all feel is the best to take it for right now.
I think the only thing, at least from me, just looking at it right now, is just adding some sort of action to them, such as like implement systems or pursue or research or something like that, just because
Are you
right
going
now
to turn them into SMART goals?
yeah. So that's the thing that I see right now, just kind of looking at them. But open to feedback from anyone else.
I just want to note that some of these are already being done by our professional organizations and affinity organizations and orgs in other states. When I talk to colleagues in other states, they already have guidance of best practices, not discussing menstruation or miscarriages with clients, right? Not talking about gender pronouns when their clients are queer. So these things are not hard to do. They already exist, and I strongly support all 4 of these objectives in the goal. I think that this is direly needed.
So then, Steve, maybe a way to fix up 4 a little bit is coordinate with other state boards. I mean, that might be one way to look, or is that an action item?
No, I mean, that would be for the, yeah, that would be an action item. And that's, yeah, that one, I think that guidelines for clinical action items, well, there are a couple action items before, including in that. I would appreciate some like action items for some of those I know, some like action items.
I'll give
for
an
the-
example.
For the, like for the first one.
Yeah.
What would we do as like, what
So,
would we do?
and maybe Kelly can speak to this as well, but like providing resources to school-based therapists distinguishing an administrative versus a judicial ICE warrant would be helpful. When I talk to school-based therapists, they are unclear under what circumstances they can and cannot engage with ICE when ICE are on campus and trying to get information about their clients. This is a pretty easy thing to be telling therapists, and a memo from the board would help that, right? That's a clear action item that would provide some safety for these clients.
Sure, and Steve, here's a very easy action item. Provide guidance to any of our clinicians on what to do if ICE comes to the door and asks for their clinical files. Just a very simple memo, one pager. What is my ethical obligation or regulatory obligation if ICE comes to my office and says, hey, I would like this person's clinical file. Here is an administrative warrant as opposed to a judicial warrant. Or if just an ICE agent comes to the door and says, hey, can I talk to you about this person? I'm a law enforcement officer under HIPAA. This is an exception. It's a real law enforcement emergency. What does a clinician do in that sort of situation under our regulations, under California law? And that's something that's very easily communicatable because the answer is already there. You know, and what's the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial warrant? These are very simple answers that the BBS can provide to our clinicians. And they're consistent with our public protection because California is a sanctuary state. Access to care and tools to keep clients safe. What are, providing clinicians, what are the resources that you need to go to if you're a clinician working inside a marginalized community? Where do you go? How do you, what sort of legal resources? Where do I direct my clients to? All this sort of stuff that BBS can provide to the population of licensees and registrants and associates. And it's all consistent with our mandate, which is ultimately public protection. Oh, and then the control of confidential records, online platforms, and EHR, that really does bother me because there are some clinicians who work with these mass therapist platforms like Grow Therapy and other online platforms. And not only are the confidential records contained in their office, but it's also contained inside the online platform itself. What obligation does a clinician have to safeguard their client's records if ICE comes to their door and says, hey, I'd like your client's records, here's my administrative warrant? Does a clinician have to take reasonable measures to ensure their client's safety? Do they have to notify their client if they received a notice? These sort of things that kind of get into these nitty-gritty regulatory questions, but things that clinicians have to know because apparently this is the world we live in now.
And just to understand, Steve, we know that there are 2 of the EHR major massive programs that are allowing Customs and Border Patrol and ICE to go into the confidential records. And because of some small little caveats they put in their confidentiality stuff, it's able to happen, but a lot of clinicians are not aware of this. So we do know it is happening. So this is just about a lot of one-sheets, a lot of informing. I think clinicians are going out there doing their best. My little consultation group, we've coordinated, we've created a one-sheet that we can hand to a client and say, if ICE approaches you, okay? And that's just us being who we are. But I do think it behooves the board to maybe make this a larger thing because this is not going away tomorrow. And so I think having it on our strategic plan, looking at it not just through the current times, but knowing that this may play out for many, many years to come is why I think it's important to have it on our strategic plan.
And lastly, sorry, one thing we can do, which is really, really important, is that we can communicate our support. The board can for marginalized communities right now. That's really important, and I think we should do it.
All right. So I took some of those notes, especially for like the action items. So we have those. And that puts us at 4 here. Did we have any other comments that we want for this new goal area? No? All right. In that case, do we want to move to public comment on this one?
And actually,
oh,
one more
something?
thing.
Yeah.
Understanding that my proposals are based from a raw place, not an administrative place. So I do trust that you will shape them.
Yes, they're not going to look exactly like this.
Objectives that we can actually move through the system, but I would like to encourage you to keep the strength behind them
Mhm.
and not to make them passive.
I will try my best.
All right, thank you. Looking to our vast in-house audience for comments. Seeing none. Moderator, do we have anybody still left with us online to see if they want to comment?
No one left online.
Okay. All right, that closes comment on goal 7. Thank you.
Is it okay if I say something? No, I just really want to acknowledge and thank this board for your emphasis around DEIA. I'm involved with a lot of organizations that talk about it. We talk about intention, but the intention is really not there. So I know it's been hard. I know it's been try to figure out where it can fit, how we can do it. But I just really greatly appreciate the energy behind it, the emphasis behind it, the intentionality, not letting it go. So I just want to commend all of you and acknowledge you, and myself too. But it's really important to acknowledge it because I'm in a lot of spaces and I do not hear people push like this. So it's important that our public hears that we're doing it and we care about it. It's going to the staff and to the administrator to know that no matter what, this is important to this board. It's going to be something that's going to be coming back and you're going to be held accountable. So I just want to acknowledge that and the hard work of it and just, I'm getting a little teary, but just say thank you. And it's important.
All right. I have a couple more slides and I will try to be quick with these. So we have 39 objectives now. Hopefully I did my calculations correct. When working with staff, we thought maybe 4 years to complete all these objectives. We did drastically increase the amount of objectives. So at this point, we will kind of decide, and we can always change it when you get to the approval stage. If 4 years seems feasible for staff to complete all these objectives. Yeah, 5.
No,
Okay, 4 seems
I
good.
want to keep it on a 4-year
Okay.
cycle if it's okay with everyone.
I see a raised hand from Ms. Rube.
I would just say it's not necessarily like all the way. I would imagine they're going to be completed along the way. So it's not necessarily all going to be completed at 4 years. So.
Yeah. All right. So this is not correct. That was from the pre-strategic planning session. The next steps is I will draft its strategic plan. And then it goes through a couple levels of review before I send it back over to Steve. But I may work a little bit more with you with some of those objectives that we have. And then you'll get that finalized strategic plan before your next board meeting. And at that point, you will review it. You can strike it with as much red as you want. And make amendments to it and hopefully approve and adopt your strategic plan at that next meeting. And we kind of did talk a little bit extensively about action planning, where once that plan is approved, we work with staff to say, okay, these are all the steps we need to do. And Steve came up with a bunch of tasks already. So I think that's going to go really fast. But we'll put those into that tracker and then deliver that tracker to the board to kind of track the progress of the strategic plan. Thank you all. Once again, I'm Sarah Urani and yep. And thank you.
No, thank you all for the help. Thank you. It's been great. I appreciate it.
I think you.
I'm going to hit save on this.
Oh yeah, please don't. God, don't.
All right, with that, we're close out the meeting or did we already close it? Okay. Okay, we're gonna close out the meeting. We will adjourn until 8:30 tomorrow morning in this very same place. Thank you.